The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Please show Ms. Rose as present. A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation, which will be offered today by the Honorable Candy Noble of Collin County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The observance of a national day of fasting and prayer was brought to all the colonists by the Continental Congress in 1775, just days after that same body had selected as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, George Washington. The day was such a success that the Continental Congress determined to call for a day of fasting and prayer each spring and a day of thanksgiving and praise each fall. And so it is my great honor to ask you to join me in prayer on this, our National Day of Prayer. Let's pray. Lord, today we are so very blessed to be living in a nation whose foundations were established in prayer to you. We thank you for our forefathers who loved you and leaned on you for guidance. We thank you, Lord, for all the times our nation has recognized our very great need for you and for your direction. So today I pray for our nation, our state, on behalf of this body that you've called to serve you. May all of us who serve on this mission field of government understand that our nation's greatness comes only because of your unmerited favor, mercy, and grace. I pray that we would trust you, Lord, with all our hearts, and that we wouldn't use our own wisdom, but lean on you for understanding, that in all our ways we would acknowledge you, and that you would make our way very clear to do your will. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
The chair now recognizes the Honorable Shelley Luther from Grayson County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Good morning. Please join me in celebrating our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. And now our great state. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Ms. Janice Holt because of an illness in the family on motion of Mr. Little. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Is that our past? Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. John Merchler from Stonehill Seventh-day Adventist in Austin as our pastor of the day. Members, join me in welcoming our pastor of the day. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Vishal Malpani from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 324. Not yet.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading of referral bills to the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committees' posting or recess motions. For purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Health to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Health will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Ms. Hernandez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 11 a.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 11 a.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair announces the following signed in the presence of the House.
SB 1879, SB 1809, SB 1697, SB 1499, SB 1409, SB 1147, SB 1145, SB 1058, SB 1038, SB 839, 836, SB 711, SB 513, SB 487.
Members, please take your seats. We have memorial resolutions. Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 598 by Morales of Harris in memory of the Honorable James Earl Carter, Jr., the 39th President of the United States.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to honor a life of service of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, and his wife, Rosalind Carter, two lives defined by three simple words: humility, service, and humanitarianism. President Carter passed away late last year at the remarkable age of 100. And in that century of life, nearly every moment was dedicated to service for his family, for his community, and for the world. His journey began in the U.S. Navy, where he served with distinction as a nuclear engineer and submariner. After leaving the Navy, he returned to his roots in Plains, Georgia, where he took over the family peanut farm and became a respected voice in his community. For me personally, as a child growing up in Texas, I remember watching Jimmy Carter on TV when I was just 9 years old. Even then, I could sense that this man, this humble peanut farmer, was someone different. He talked about fairness, about doing what's right, and about lifting others up. That made a lasting impression on me. As a state senator and later as governor of Georgia, Carter challenged racial discrimination at a time when it was deeply unpopular to do so in much of the South. He famously declared, "The time for racial discrimination is over." And that clarity of purpose propelled him into national prominence. On this day 49 years ago, Jimmy Carter won the Democratic primary right here in Texas, eventually going on to become the 39th President of the United States. His presidency focused on humanitarian progress. He pardoned 10,000 Vietnam War draft evaders and established the Department of Energy and Education, and championed environmental conservation. He brokered peace between Egypt and Israel and helped secure the release of 52 American hostages during the Iran hostage crisis. But it was in his post-presidency that he may have made his greatest mark. Through the Carter Center, Jimmy and Rosalind promoted peace, monitored elections in more than 40 countries, and helped nearly eradicate guinea worm disease, which once affected over 3.5 million people. They also built homes, literally built homes, with the Habitat for Humanity. Jimmy and Rosalind Carter were married for 77 years. He often said marrying her was his greatest accomplishment. Their legacy lives on through their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Their lives continue to inspire those of us who believe in service, compassion, and justice. Please join me in honoring the extraordinary legacy of President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter.
Members,
John Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant.
I'll be brief, members, but I can't pass up the opportunity to speak briefly about my own experience with President Carter. I was a second-term member in the House, and his idealism and his mainstream political views and his great career of service that he had already had as governor of Georgia, state senator, school board member, Navy veteran, farmer, was well known to all of us. And it was a time after a period of great uncertainty. A president had resigned. We had our first unelected president serve for a period of time there. And he came in and caught the imagination of the whole country. He ran against, in the Democratic primary, our own United States senator based on a primary law that had been passed by the legislature, tailored for our hometown candidate. But a group of us thought Jimmy Carter was the future and joined in putting together his slate at a key time. He came into Texas, swept the Democratic primary, and all of a sudden all these greenhorns like me were delegates to a national Democratic convention, which we had never been to before. He went on to carry the state in the general election, and he had, in my view, a very successful presidency, notwithstanding the criticism that's often leveled at him. But most importantly, I think, is the example he set for the remainder of his life. I don't know of any president who can match the type of service that he gave to this country, not only in the work that he did and the people he drew to it, but also in just setting an example for all of us in how to live. I have said many times there were 2 or 3 things that were the biggest things that I think I contributed in my public career, and one of those 3 things was having been here at a moment in which he needed help, and we joined in and got his delegation together and got him the Democratic nomination that year. He's a great man. He's an example for all of us. I thank the good Lord that we had him here among us.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 522 by Zwiener in memory of Dr. Alice Gale Hudgens of Hayes.
Members, this is a previously adopted memorial resolution. Will you please take your seats or your conversations outside the rails? Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Today, we honor the life of Dr. Alice Gale Hudgens, a devoted public servant, accomplished scholar, and passionate community advocate, who passed away on November 5th, 2024, at the age of 83. Happiness is the new rich. Inner peace is the new success. Health is the new wealth. Kindness is the new cool. That was the motto that Dr. Hudgens lived by. From an early age, Dr. Hudgens' life was defined by resilience, excellence, and a fierce curiosity. Her lifelong commitment to education earned her 3 advanced degrees from the University of Texas at Austin and a Ford Foundation scholarship. Dr. Hudgens witnessed and served during pivotal moments in history, working as assistant press secretary to Governor John Connally during the tragic assassination of President John F. Kennedy, and later serving as a reference librarian at University of Texas during the tragic UT Tower shooting. She founded the Emerging Public Issues Corporation and the North Texas Greens, and she was known for her advocacy against government corruption and for environmental justice. Gale's dedication to service extended into her community. She served as a councilperson for the city of Hayes, Texas, and was a regional registrar for the Daughters of the American Revolution, where she documented 28 patriot ancestors. She also shared her love of the earth through her gardening column in the Hayes Free Press, one of our local newspapers. Dr. Hudgens' warmth, intellect, and kindness bridged cultures and generations. Whether writing a gardening column, studying new fields of thought, or encouraging intercultural understanding, she touched countless lives. Though Dr. Hudgens has passed on, her spirit continues to inspire us all to live more thoughtfully, more compassionately, and more bravely. We extend our heartfelt condolences to her beloved husband, family, and friends. Dr. Hudgens' beloved husband of more than 40 years, Harvey Davis, who is also currently the mayor of the city of Hayes, is with us today in the gallery. Harvey, could you please stand up? Members, please join me in a moment of silence to celebrate the life of Dr. Alice Gale Hudgens.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback for a motion.
Members, I'm honored to lay out this resolution congratulating Victoria College on 100 years. I suspend all rules to take up H.R. 864.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 864 by Louderback commemorating the 100th anniversary of Victoria College.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Members, honored to lay out this resolution congratulating Victoria College on 100 years. We have Dr. Kent, President of Victoria College, and Amy Mundy, Executive Director of College Advancement, in the gallery with us today. Back to my left shoulder, right above over here. In February 1925, the trustees of the Victoria Independent School District voted to establish Victoria Junior College as an extension of Patty Welder High School. 51 students began attending classes that September. The college moved to its present-day site on Red River Street in 1949 under a new name, Victoria College. By 1975, the size of the campus doubled and many new facilities were completed. Through the years, Victoria College expanded its offerings and now serves 7,000 students annually, with 70% of graduates continuing to live and work in the service area. Victoria College has been a catalyst for educational attainment, economic growth, and cultural enrichment in our community. Thank you again to Victoria College for joining us today. Speaker, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair has none. The resolution is adopted. For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to request that all the comments regarding President Carter, or the late president, be recorded in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I move to suspend the rules and take up H.R. 893, recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month.
You've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is done, so ordered. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 893 by Hinojosa, recognizing May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa.
Members, many proud members of National Alliance on Mental Health of Texas, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention of Texas, and the Defensive Line, which was founded by Solomon Thomas of the Dallas Cowboys, are gathered in Austin today to recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month at the state capitol. Mental health is essential to the overall health and well-being of every individual, and the observance of National Mental Health Awareness Month in May provides an opportunity to highlight the need for greater empathy and support for Texans experiencing mental health issues. According to the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness, approximately 1 in every 5 Americans, including more than 4.7 million adults in Texas, live with a mental health illness. These conditions affect people of all ages, races, and backgrounds, and many, if not most, of our families members. And they are common and treatable. The stigma associated with them can be an obstacle to treatment, though, to recovery and to social acceptance. Cost is another big hurdle to receiving effective treatment, and over 1 million Texans report being unable to access the care that they need for a serious mental health illness. Mental Health Awareness Month serves as a means of educating the public about the critical issues and celebrating the progress made by those living with mental health conditions. It is fitting to acknowledge the vital work being done by community organizations, peer advocates, families, professionals, and policymakers across this state. Help me welcome up in the gallery Martha Thomas, the Chief Education Officer from the Defensive Line. Can you please stand? Oh. Chris Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer from the Defensive Line. Please stand. Vicki Saldana, Board Member for AFSP Central Texas. Anna Bunker, the Director of Programs from NAMI Central Texas. And volunteers from across Central Texas from NAMI, Texas. Thank you for your service to our state. And thank you for everything you do to support the citizens of Texas and advocating for and bringing awareness to mental health needs of Texans across the state. We appreciate your efforts and advocacy. Welcome to your Texas House. And I move adoption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Chair is none. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Dyson for a recognition.
It is right up there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you have any of the Aggie interns, the system interns in your office, I invite you to come down and join us for this recognition. Especially those of you Aggie interns, we already did that part, didn't we? These students come from across the Texas A&M University system are gaining valuable hands-on experience while contributing meaningfully to public service. The Agricultural and Natural Resource Policy Internship Program has placed and supported over 1,000 students since its founding in 1990. This year, 8 interns are serving, bringing expertise in agriculture and natural resources to offices. The Public Policy Internship Program has prepared nearly 1,000 students for careers in public policy. During this session, 25 interns are serving across Austin, including one from Texas A&M International University in Laredo. The Bush School Capstone Program has been a part of legislative session since the 82nd session. This year, 8 graduate students are working in the legislature, applying advanced research and policy skills to real-world issues. The Texas A&M School of Law Residency Externship Program places law students in executive, legislative, and advocacy roles. For 2025, 2 law students are serving in Austin, Texas. Tarleton State University continues to build upon a strong tradition of policy internships. This year, 5 students are serving in roles focused on public policy, education, healthcare, criminal justice, and more. These 48 student interns are more than just names on a roster. They are emerging leaders who are gaining real-world experience and making a lasting impact on the state of Texas. I believe several of them are joining us in the gallery. If you would stand to be recognized, all the interns. Thank all of you, especially Hayden Richards, who's working in the HD14 office with me this session, for everything you do for our offices, our districts, and the great state of Texas.
Good job. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Representative Dyson. I can't think of a better group to recognize than our Aggies. So just whatever you do, don't forget this. What you call an Aggie 5 years after graduation, boss. Have a great day and gig 'em. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 304. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 304 by Perry relating to the jurisdiction of municipal courts over health and safety and nuisance abatement ordinances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply allows municipal courts to change their jurisdictional limits with move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Alcott voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 115 ayes, 19 nays. Senate Bill 304 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 608. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 608 by Flores relating to reporting information regarding certain evidence collection kits.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will shine a light on the number of rape kits that are waiting to be picked up by law enforcement. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Rose voting aye. Mr. LaHood voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 608 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. King to attend a meeting of State Affairs on Representative motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2312. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 2312 by Hughes relating to the establishment and powers and duties of the Texas Advisory Committee on Geopolitical Conflict.
Chair has Mr. Hefner.
Members, this is a bill we passed relating to the establishment powers and duties of the Texas Advisory Committee on Geopolitical Conflict. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? (127 ayes, 13 nays). Senate Bill 2312 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 494. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 494 by Sparks relating to the establishment of a Theft of Petroleum Products Task Force.
Chair has Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would establish the task force to combat oil field theft and petroleum theft. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 6 nays. Senate Bill 494 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 530. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 530 by Sparks relating to the accreditation of certain post-secondary education institutions in the state of certain programs offered by those institutions.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, is a Clean Act bill to align state accreditation laws with federal standards which allow universities to choose a creditor that best fits their needs. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Rose voting no. Have all members voted? 114 ayes, 28 nays. Senate Bill 530 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 45. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 45 by Hull relating to the duties of the Attorney General to prosecute human trafficking criminal offenses.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
I rise to raise a point of order under Rule 1, Section 4.
Bring your point of order down front.
point of order is withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Tallarico because of important business on a motion of Mr. Busey. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Members, there's a GO.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am not Mr. Capriglione, but I do have a GO. Yesterday, on second reading, Representative Dutton was asking questions about the specific provisions of Representative Hull's floor amendment. If you remember, there was a question of how B1 and 2 interrelated and what would happen if there was a conflict between the determination and the finding. This floor amendment, which Representative Dutton has approved, and which I've run by Representative Moody, clarifies to make sure there's not a conflict between the finding and the determination, so there's no ambiguity in the law.
So
Happy
Moody,
to answer any questions.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to.
Gentleman
All right.
yields.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vasut. So, in debate yesterday, there was an amendment by Representative Hull that created this conflict between the local prosecutor and the Attorney General. When they stepped in, it allowed them to come before a district court.
Correct.
To resolve that conflict.
Yes.
And the language in that amendment is being amended by this third reading amendment to ensure that we have a resolution to that particular conflict.
Absolutely. That's all it does.
Okay. Does it do anything to address the unconstitutional delegation of authority to the Attorney General?
It ensures that the constitutional delegation of authority to the Attorney General is effective.
Mr. Vasut sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Hull to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives the OAG the duty to prosecute human trafficking cases if local prosecutors haven't acted within 6 months. Let's make sure we get these evil perpetrators, these heinous traffickers behind bars. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye, Ms. Hull voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voted no. Ms. Rose voting no. Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 58 nays. House Bill 45 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Metcalf and Ms. Hull to attend a meeting on state affairs on motion of Mr. Hefner. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2520. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2520 by Johnson relating to the Open Meetings Law.
Chair goes Ms. Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2520 until the end of the third reading calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 35. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 35 by Thompson relating to a peer support network for first responders.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed on yesterday, making sure that a person who works as a firefighter or EMS has mental health treatment because this is a high area for suicide. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 116 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 35 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 47. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 47 by Howard relating to sexual assault and other sexual offenses.
Chair has Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the culmination of the dedicated work of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force to implement survivor-centered sexual assault policy reform. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Harris voting aye. 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 47 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Thompson, Ms. Hernandez, and Mr. McQueenie to attend a meeting on the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Harris. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 318. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 318 by Guillen relating to the establishment of grant programs to provide financial assistance to qualified sheriff's departments in certain rural counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 318 tackles the severe staffing shortages in rural sheriff's departments and ensures that rural counties have the boots on the ground and the tools they need to keep Texas families safe. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 25 nays. House Bill 318 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 349. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 349 by Flores relating to civil liability for removing certain individuals or animals from a motor vehicle.
Chair has Ms. Flores.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. This is a bill we voted on yesterday that will help prevent preventable deaths of our pets in overheating cars. Please vote aye. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 50 nays. House Bill 349 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Guerin, Mr. Turner, Mr. Darby, Mr. Smithy, and Ms. Davis to attend a meeting on the Committee of State Affairs on motion of Mr. Harris. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Are we ready? Not yet. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 554. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 554 by Leo Wilson relating to the sale of fireworks on and before the Juneteenth holiday in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
I want to thank you for your overwhelming support for this yesterday. Yesterday, we did adopt an amendment to House Bill 554 that unintentionally removed the county opt-in provision allowing for the sales of fireworks during Juneteenth holiday. This amendment I bring today restores the local control, giving counties the authority as originally intended to opt in if they choose to.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Manuel.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, members. This is just to remove the amendment from yesterday. Move passage.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Leo Wilson on the bill as amended.
Thank you very much, members. I encourage everyone that signed on to that amendment to co-author the bill, 554. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 7 nays. House Bill 554 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1359. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1359 by Hernandez relating to a program to provide assistance for certain retail electric customers authorizing a fee.
Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HC 1359 until the end of today's third reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1373. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1373 by Raymond relating to designation of a portion of the Farm to Market Road 70 in Nueces County as a Los Robles Trail.
Mr. Raymond for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday that would put the markers Los Robles Trail on Farm to Market Road 1833. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1373 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2254. Clerk read the bill.
HB 2254 by Hull relating to certain healthcare service contract agreements entered into by issuers and healthcare providers.
Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2254 until the end of today's third reading.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2259. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2259 by Dayala relating to the instructions for an application form for early voting ballot.
Chair has Mr. Dowla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday dealing with font sizes on applications. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 2259 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2853. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2853 by Perez of El Paso relating to student union building fees at the University of Texas at El Paso.
Chair has Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that was passed yesterday affecting the University of Texas at El Paso, allowing the university to adjust student fees after the election. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 80 ayes, 53 nays. House Bill 2853 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3073. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3073 by Howard relating to the prosecution of the offense of sexual assault.
Chair has Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the final recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. It will give law enforcement the tools they need to hold rapists accountable and keep our communities safe. I'm proud to move final passage of the Summer Willis Act. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 4 nays. House Bill 3073 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3088. Clerk read the bill.
HB 3088 by Orr relating to standards and procedures for purchasing goods for resale by the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Chair has Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to more easily acquire site-specific customized products as well as goods made by local artists for their gift shops. Please move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 4 nays. House Bill 3088 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 353. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 353 by Patterson relating to creating the criminal offense of trespass on or near school or daycare center property.
Chair has Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, may I just ask you some legislative intent questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Your bill would create a new criminal offense, correct?
Yes.
And that criminal offense would be for people who remain within 250 feet of property that is adjacent to a public school or private daycare, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this 250 feet could include private property and public property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And for private property, the person would need permission to be there.
I'm sorry, could you repeat did you say public or private? That's
Private.
Only part
I'm
of
sorry,
this.
for private
property. Well, they could be there without permission, but if they're asked to leave and given notice, if they're loitering and asked to leave, they need to leave the premises.
Who gets to ask them to leave?
Just 1 second, it's right here. They have to leave unless they have a reasonable relationship for entering or remaining on the property that involves custody or the responsibility of a student enrolled in the school or daycare. If they have written permission from an authorized representative of the school or daycare center, receives a reasonable request to depart by an administrator, educator, or security personnel officer employed by the school or daycare center.
Now, just to be clear, we're talking about private property that is not a part of school property or the daycare property, correct?
Yeah, let me tell you where this bill came about. So I have a mom in my district that brought this idea forward because there's this creepy dude that hangs out right next to the daycare playground and sits there and watches the kids all day to the point where the kids don't even feel safe to be on the playground. The teachers actually don't take the kids onto the playground when this gentleman is present. And so what this bill aims to do is to make it where if someone's being a creep around a daycare or a school, that they can have a reasonable request to leave, and if they don't leave, then the police can get involved. Currently, the police are unable to ask anyone to leave because it's not their property, and in these high dense growth areas, you've got daycares that are part of a larger development where it may not necessarily be their property 1 foot outside the gate of the playground.
So I want to be clear. Let's say there's a daycare on one side of the street and a different private property on the other side of the street within 250 feet.
Yes.
If there is somebody that is on that second private property and people at the school don't want them there, but the owners of that second private property says they're perfectly fine there, that would be an offense.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I do a second scenario with you?
Yes.
Let's talk about public property. If, let's say, around a public school, across the street, there are other businesses within 250 feet. And there are people who use those businesses, but they're on the public sidewalk. And some of them like to hang out on the public sidewalk and hang around because that's their constitutional right to be in public spaces and meet. If the school or the private daycare did not want them on public property and they called the police could now arrest them for being on public property.
I don't think that that's a reasonable example.
Okay. So let me ask it again. Let me change some of the scenarios. I mean, somebody is saying, strike that. Let me put it this way. I have personally seen Second Amendment advocates who wear their open carry firearms and walk around public spaces, including in front of schools, to make a point that this state has open carry and the right to be in public spaces. If somebody was uncomfortable at the daycare and they say, the guy who keeps walking around our building, around this block with a pistol on his hip, that guy's creeping me out, the police can now come and remove him and arrest him if he refuses to leave.
No.
Why not?
because in your scenario, they didn't give him notice.
Okay. They gave him notice. He says, it is my constitutional right to be in a public space with my firearm for the purpose of drawing attention. I refuse to leave. Can the police arrest him now?
Potentially.
Under your bill, can the police arrest him if they chose?
Potentially.
Okay. Is that what you intend for your bill?
What I intend for my bill is that we don't have creeps hanging out outside school playgrounds and daycare playgrounds.
Absolutely.
Making teachers and students uncomfortable. And so that's why this is a very reasonable setback of 250 feet. I believe the Senate bill has 500 feet, and I hope to get that into alignment. But this is a very reasonable setback, in my view, as the bill's author, to protect these kids from folks that may wish to do them harm.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree that it's a reasonable thing to do. I do disagree that it's a constitutional thing to do.
Yes, sir.
So I think we'll agree to disagree on that point.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the writing the conversations on this bill for the purposes of legislative intent and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, I'm 100% in support of this bill. Were you aware that a armed protester repeatedly for weeks stood outside of my daughter's preschool to taunt her in Fort Worth, Texas?
I was not aware of that.
This has happened over and over and over, and because of the sidewalk that's public property, the police could not ask him to leave. So this bill, what you're seeking to do is create a mechanism by which police can give warning and say, hey, you're making the teachers and students feel uncomfortable. We are asking that you leave. So they would not be arrested at first. They would actually receive warning, and then if they chose to stay, it would be seen as direct defiance and wanting to make those students uncomfortable. Is that correct?
I agree, and I think that's a more reasonable scenario, that the police have zero tools to get involved in this currently, and I do believe that that's how the vast majority of police officers would handle that situation.
Representative Patterson, for the sake of the kids in my city and in your city, I'm incredibly grateful that you brought this bill forward.
Thank you.
Can't wait to support it.
Thank you.
Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
No.
I
Yes,
thought
I'm
I
just
heard
kidding.
something.
The gentleman does yield for questions.
I thought I heard something. I just want to make sure. Did I hear you say that if I have private property and I allow someone to be on my private property because it's my property and property rights matter, and there's a school by my property and the people at the school don't like the person on my private property, that the school gets to decide who I can have on my private property, and if they don't get off my private property, then they can be arrested?
I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood Mr. Wu's question. The bill's about public property.
So the bill doesn't allow the police to arrest people who are on private property. Is that accurate?
Well, it says that, all buildings, all land and buildings owned or leased by a school or daycare center, and any grounds or buildings on which an activity sponsored by the school or daycare center is being conducted. The daycare center is, defined in section 42.002, the Human Resources Code, and it discusses public property.
I still thought I heard something. So my question is this. If I have private property that's within that foot range of the daycare, and they don't like the person on my private property because it's within the limits, are you telling me that they get to decide who I have on my private property?
No, I don't believe so.
No, you don't think so, or absolutely not, because your property rights matter?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, this bill is simple. This is adults who want to intimidate and threaten children and teachers at daycare centers and at schools. This gives police the tools to remove those individuals, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 353 is finally passed. Mr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Education to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 1W14 in the Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Education will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 355. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 355 by Craddock relating to the period in which the Texas Juvenile Justice Department must accept custody of a person committed to the department and to the consequences for the failure of the department to accept the custody of the person within that period.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill we talked about yesterday, and what it does is make the TJJD pick up the young youth that they've got standing every 30 days like they're supposed to do, where I think I read the numbers to you yesterday. Some of them are waiting 2 years to be picked up, so move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Vasut voting aye. 135 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 355 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third readings House Bill 786. Clerk read the bill.
House Bill 786 by Jones of Harris relating to justice court security in certain counties.
Chair has Ms. Jones.
I have a jacket just like that.
Mr. Speaker, members, local justice courts in Harris County need security too, especially with shootouts that injure deputies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Jones voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 85 ayes, 50 nays. House Bill 786 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 762. Clerk read the bill.
House Bill 762 by Leach relating to severance pay for political subdivision employees and independent contractors.
Chair has Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill puts an end to golden parachutes in Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 6 nays. House Bill 762 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 705. Clerk read the bill.
House Bill 705 by Wilson relating to the cosmetology licensure compact authorizing fees.
Chair has Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 705 is a Department of Defense sponsored bill that would provide cosmetology licensees with opportunities for multi-state practice and would foster workforce development by reducing unnecessary licensure burden on our military spouses and Texans alike. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes, 6 nays. House Bill 705 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 932. Clerk read the bill.
House Bill 932 by Wale relating to the occupational therapy licensure compact authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 932 establishes an occupational therapy licensure compact enabling the licensed occupational therapists and assistants to practice across the states. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 116 ayes, 19 nays. House Bill 932 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 849. Clerk read the bill.
House Bill 849 by Vasut relating to the authority of the County Board of the Park Commissioners to hold a meeting by video conference call.
Chair has Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that simply allows park boards of counties to be treated with video conferencing the same way they are with audio. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 849 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1119. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 1119 by Gomez relating to the biennial report on the regional allocation of mental health beds.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good morning. HB 1119 has no fiscal impact, but most certainly will impact your districts on the much needed need that we have for mental health resources in our communities. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 33 nays. House Bill 1119 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3041. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 3041 by Paul relating to the measures to support the enrollment of students with a non-traditional secondary education at public institutions of higher education, including eligibility for certain student financial assistance programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Ensure fair treatment for students. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3041 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 713. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 713 by Howard relating to an exception to certain reporting requirements for healthcare providers reviewing selected cases for the Texas Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee.
Chair has Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill improves government efficiency, saves the state time and money, and helps save the lives of Texas moms. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 34 nays. House Bill 713 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3104. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 3104 by McLaughlin relating to the salary of bailiffs appointed by certain district courts in Webb County.
Chair has Mr. McLaughlin.
Speakers, member House Bill 3104 addresses concerns brought forth by my constituents related to bailiffs in the 341st and 406th district courts.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. I'm just curious, so does your bill say that the judges aren't going to be able to hire their own bailiffs, that y'all are going to hire them for them? Is that what this does?
Well, the county and the judges of the existing bailiffs will be there, but going forward after these two bailiffs retire, then the sheriff will appoint the bailiffs for the courts.
So the district judge or the judge of the court will no longer have authority to select the person that they feel is qualified to protect their court.
Well, right now, one court has the ability to pick a bailiff. The other court does not. The other court's bailiff is picked by the sheriff.
It's picked by the sheriff. And so
Yes.
so the one court that does, we're going to take that away from that judge.
We're just going to make it a level playing field for both judges. It won't affect anybody there. There's no physical note or anything other than going forward after these two bailiffs retire.
Is there a system in place? Is there a system in place whereby if a judge does not like the bailiff that's been appointed to them, that they're able to ask for a replacement bailiff?
Well, I would think any law enforcement officer that is told by a district judge they don't want that particular bailiff, that they would replace them pretty quick.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, this bill affects Webb County, the county we both represent.
Yes, sir. That's all it affects.
And this is a bill that the Webb County folks came to us to do this bill. And we decided that you would do it because you're taller and better looking. Is that right?
Partially, yes.
Okay, just so members would know, we've worked with our county. This is something that was brought to us, requested from us, and appreciate you bringing it forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 3104 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3970. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3970 by Darby relating to electricity planning for large loads.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply addresses large load interconnection with the grid. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3970 is finally passed. Chair lays that on third reading. House Bill 4042. Clerk, ring the bell.
House Bill 4042 by Morales of Maverick relating to the applicability of certain safety provisions and regulatory fees administered by the Railroad Commission of Texas to gas distribution pipelines.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill requested by the Texas Railroad Commission to update the definition of gas to now include propane gas distribution. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 38 nays. House Bill 4042 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4490. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 4490 by Smithy relating to an exemption from required disclosure of information related to the next of kin of deceased persons.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that seeks to protect next of kin of victims, and I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 4490 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1731. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 1731 by Campos relating to the Physician's Assistants Licensure Compact authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all PAs that practice under this licensure compact would have to adhere to Texas' existing laws and regulations. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 114 ayes, 28 nays. House Bill 1731 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2607. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 2607 by Wharton relating to the terms of the member of the Board of Hospital Managers and Leasing Authority of the Walker County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that updates the terms of the members of the Walker County Hospital District and allows the board to lease all or part of its property. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2607 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3689. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3689 by Hunter relating to funding of excess losses and operating expenses of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, authorizing an assessment, authorizing a surcharge.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the TWIA reform. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 3689 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1788. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1788 by Hernandez relating to continuing education for barbers and cosmetologists on identifying and assisting victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would add domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault awareness training to continuing education license requirements for cosmetologists and barbers. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 1788 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1612. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 1612 by Frank relating to direct payments for certain health care provided by a hospital.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that protects the uninsured patients from getting charged more than 25% above the average commercial price accepted by a hospital. I did want to say the vast majority of hospitals are much better than charging the uninsured patients this much more. So if your hospital has a problem with it, you should probably ask them about their uninsured patient procedures. So I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 5 nays. House Bill 1612 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 138. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 138 by Dean relating to the establishment of the Health Impact Cost and Coverage Analysis Program authorizing a fee.
Chair has Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 138 helps reduce the cost of insurance for our Texan citizens. Please move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 3 nays, House Bill 138 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 2520 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 2520 by Johnson relating to the Open Meetings Law.
Chair has Ms. Johnson.
Ensures Open Meetings Act applies to TEA installed Board of Managers. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 3 nays. House Bill 2520 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1359. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1359 by Hernandez relating to a program to provide assistance for certain retail electric customers authorizing a fee.
Chair has Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1359 would establish a statewide payment assistance program for qualifying low-income and critical care residential customers to receive assistance with paying their electric bills. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? 100 ayes, 45 nays. House Bill 1359 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 2254 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 2254 by Hull relating to certain healthcare services contract agreements entered into by issuers and healthcare providers.
Chair has Ms. Hull.
Members, this is the bill that allows primary care physicians to voluntarily enter into capitated value-based payment arrangements with insurers. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2254 is finally passed. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs will meet today upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral if permission granted in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum, and a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In about 30 minutes, we're going to be having Gabe's Burgers in the lounge for purchase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
I was a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Are we going to have chili dogs too?
Chair is not advised. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 15. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 29. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 29 by Hughes relating to business entities.
Chair has Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 29 builds on Texas' business-friendly, climate-efficient legal system and specialized business courts by reforming our corporate laws to ensure Texas continues as the best state to headquarter. First, SB 29 codifies the business judgment rule. It also establishes a threshold for derivative claims of 3% and also allows for the predetermination of director independence, establishing a clear process for corporations to form independent committees. And finally, SB 29 provides companies flexibility to resolve internal entity claims. Members, SB 29 protects shareholders and businesses while ensuring accountability for corporate misconduct. It will encourage public companies to incorporate under Texas law. It passed out of the JCJ Committee 11-0 bipartisan support. With that, Mr. Speaker, members, I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
Chair has Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup amendment dealing with LLC and LP provisions, and with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair has Ms. Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm very grateful to Chairman Meyer for working with me on this amendment. Those of y'all who've done anything with business law know that directors, officers, managers have a couple of duties, both duty of care and duty of loyalty. This amendment helps make it clear in this codification that the provisions also apply to the duty of loyalty. I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Wiener sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we just want to continue with the Texas Stock Exchange, with business courts, with all we're doing in Texas to make us continue to be the most business-friendly.
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman Meyer, and thank you so much for working with me and about some of my concerns on this legislation.
Absolutely.
I really admire a lot of what you're trying to do in this bill, but I did want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure we're all clear on how this is going to function. The bill codifies presumptions that must be overcome for a shareholder claim against an officer or director. Does it protect a director who willfully violates their duty of loyalty?
No, it does not. A willful violation of the duty of loyalty would be intentional misconduct under the statute. A director who takes an action designed to benefit himself or herself to the detriment of the corporation is violating his or her fiduciary duty of loyalty and committing intentional misconduct. And those bad acts are not protected by HB 15 or SB 29.
So would a shareholder have a claim under this bill against a director who hid the fact that their spouse had an interest in a transaction in order to mislead the board into supporting it?
Yes, what you're describing sounds like a fraud by omission, or at least an intentional act that appears to violate the director's fiduciary duties. Those sorts of acts would overcome the protections established by this bill and would support a shareholder claim.
Thank you. Similarly, would a shareholder have a claim against a director or officer who engages in self-dealing to the detriment of the corporation?
Yes, absolutely. That would be an intentional act that, if it put the director's interest above the interest of the corporation, would violate the director's duty of loyalty.
Thank you so much, Chairman Meyer.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Representative Zwiener. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchio voting aye, Mr. Vassit voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Moody voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye.
Good job.
Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 9 nays. Senate Bill 29 is passed to third reading. Mr. Meyer moves to lay House Bill 15 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1971. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 879. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 879 by Birdwell relating to an exemption for drillers or operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells from certain requirements applicable to persons involved in activities under the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply clarifies that operators of closed-loop geothermal injection wells are not subject to the Railroad Commission requirements like filing a P5, providing financial assurance, or paying drilling permit fees. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 879 is passed to third reading. Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, may I please have all of the dialogue on HB 15 and SB 29 reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 1971 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Next bill on the calendar is HB 1338. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 65. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 65 by Zaffarini, relating to the adoption of uniform rules for hours of work for certain county employees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Speaker, members, SB 65 allows counties with a population of more than 265,000 to set their uniform work hours for their county offices. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. 142 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 65 is passed to third reading. Ms. Leo Wilson moves to lay House Bill 1338 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2989. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1748. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1745 by Creighton, relating to the name, rights, powers, and privileges of the Cedar Port Navigation and Improvement District.
Chair is Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1745 makes an important update to Cedar Port Navigation Improvement District, renames the district to better reflect its mission and geography, updates the district's statutory powers to match the needs of current future infrastructure projects, and clarifies that the district may act as a non-federal sponsor in partnership with the federal government for navigation and improvement projects. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Passes third reading. Have all members voted? 144 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1745 passes to third reading. Mr. Metcalf moves to lay House Bill 2989 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 267. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 412. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 412 by Middleton, relating to the affirmative defenses to the prosecution for certain offenses involving materials or conduct that is otherwise obscene or otherwise harmful to children.
Chair has Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Wiener, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 412
point
under
of order.
Rule 4, Section 32, subsection C.
Bring it down front. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Please excuse members of the Public Education Committee to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on motion of Ms. Davis. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Patterson, back on the bill. Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 412 under Rule 8, Section 1A of the House Rules.
Bring your point of order down. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've got one for you today. And it's absolutely ridiculous that I stand before you with these sections of Chapter 43 of the Penal Code still law of the land in Texas. But today we're here to change that. Section 43.24 relates to the sale, distribution, or display of harmful materials to a minor. So what's harmful materials? Harmful materials are things that appeal to the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, or excretion, and is patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community, and is utterly without redeeming social value for minors. This section of current law says it's okay to share or display harmful materials like this to a minor if it's for an educational purpose, a scientific purpose, a governmental purpose, or other similar justification. Are you freaking kidding me? But I've got one even worse. Section 43.25 deals with sexual performance of a child. Yes, you heard me right. The sexual performance of a child. I'm not even going to read the definition in the Penal Code of that because it's not appropriate. But let me tell you this. It's currently an affirmative defense to prosecution for sexual performance of a child if it's for school, medical, psychological, or psychiatric treatment. Members, surely you agree with me that this is one of the most disgusting pieces of law that exists on the books here in Texas. No more. Today we passed Senate Bill 412 to ultimately correct what never should have been. After multiple sessions fighting this battle, I'm pleased to bring to you this bill, which will eliminate these ridiculous affirmative defenses to prosecution, this shield for adults who wish to prey upon, groom, or get their kicks for being weirdos who want to share their sexual fantasies with children under the guise of education, medicine, or science. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 99 ayes and 31 nays, Senate Bill 412 is passed to third reading. Mr. Patterson moves to lay House Bill 267 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 1201 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1201 by manual relating to the pilot program to provide Medicaid coverage of doula services.
Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1201 to the end of today's second reading calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2954. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1746. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1746 by Creighton relating to the reallocation or removal of dredged spoils or materials by a navigation district.
Chair has Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1746 clarifies existing Texas law to support our ports and navigation districts as they work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on federally authorized dredging and navigation projects. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 125 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1746 passed to third reading. Mr. Metcalf moves to lay House Bill 2954 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 5265 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5265 by Wilson relating to Healthcare Professional Education Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 5265 creates the Texas Healthcare Workforce Education Fund to help fix the healthcare workforce shortages in our great state and keep up with the ever-growing demand. And, Speaker, I do have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair has Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this amendment simply clarifies that the cost of maintaining the fund at the Comptroller's office will be paid out of the fund itself. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Wilson on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5265. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 24 nays. House Bill 5265 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 1804 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1804 by Tupper relating to the compliance with the filing requirements of certain reports of political contributions and expenditures, including as a qualification for public elective office, providing a civil penalty.
Mr. Tepper for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1804 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5061 as a matter of postponed business. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5061 by Leach relating to prohibiting certain activities by contractors and vendors of state agencies, providing administrative penalties.
Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5061 to the end of today's second reading calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1520 by Kitzman relating to the Angelina and Nueces River Authority following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, specifying grounds for the removal of a member of the Board of Directors.
Chair has Mr. Kitzman.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 1520 is a recommendation of the Sunset Advisory Commission. The commission works to improve operations for all agencies and authorities in Texas through continual reviews. If passed, House Bill 1520 would extend the Angelina and Neches River Authority sunset date 12 years to the year 2037. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1520 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1545. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1545 by Bell of Kaufman relating to the sunset review process in certain governmental entities subject to that process.
Chair has Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1545 is the sunset schedule bill. Each session, this is done to make clear which agencies the legislature will review during the interim, keeping in mind the balance necessary for Sunset's resources and workload. For the next biennium, Sunset's review schedule counts for over a third of the state's budget and over 40% of the state of Texas employees, incorporating the Health and Human Enterprise agencies, which include the Health and Human Services Commission, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, the Department of State Health Services, and all subsidiary agencies that fall within these agencies. The Texas Workforce Commission, the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, and a limited review of the Texas Soil and Water Conservation Board are also on the review schedule. Mr. Speaker, I have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bell of Kaufman.
Mr. Bell to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfecting amendment adjusting the sunset review dates for the Texas Pharmaceutical Initiative and the Texas Optometry Board and incorporates multi-state compacts, reciprocity agreements, and similar agreements into the sunset review process. I move adoption.
Mr. Bell sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted.
Thank you,
Mr. Bell on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Mr. Kane voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 1545 is passed to engrossment. You've got a lot of You're going to do a motion? Okay. I'll lay it out. Chair lays out HJR 110. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 110 by Tepper, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the filing of required political funding reports and personal financial statements to be eligible to hold certain public elective offices.
Mr. Tepper for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was related to that other bill. I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 110 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 203. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 203 by Wilson, proposing a constitutional amendment establishing the Texas Healthcare Workforce Education Fund to provide funding to eligible institutions of higher education to address Texas healthcare workforce needs and drive the state economy.
Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 203 until today at 2:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1887. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1887 by Metcalf, relating to birth records of adopted persons, authorizing a fee.
Chair has Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1887 addresses inadequacies in getting birth certificates for adoptees' rights. This is to request a non-certified copy of adoptee's original birth certificate directly from the state registrar without a court order. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 1887 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1914. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1914 by Cook, relating to the modification of a possession order and temporary possession of a child when a conservator of the child is incapacitated.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1914 ensures that when one parent becomes incapacitated, that the non-incapacitated parent can exercise their court-ordered possession rights without interference from non-parents. House Bill 1914 helps reduce unnecessary litigation, protect parental rights, and ensure children remain with the fit parent when the other parent is temporarily incapacitated. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1914 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2402. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2402 by Rose, relating to the determination of fees, charges, and rates for certain benefits under Medicaid.
Chair has Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texans need access to affordable prescription medication. House Bill 2402 clarifies that special discounted prices offered through monthly fee-based membership discount programs should be excluded from usual and customary charge calculations. This step prevents artificially lowering Medicaid reimbursement rate with members-only discounted prices. Members, this bill will provide a simple solution to a critical health care issue. It will make Texans healthier by increasing access to affordable medications and help to ensure we maintain sustainable reimbursement rates for providers.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Alvarez, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield for
She
some
yields
questions.
for questions.
Thank you, Representative. And I appreciate what you're bringing very much. I think there's been a little bit of confusion about this bill because it uses the word Medicaid.
That's correct.
Is this bill a bill to expand Medicaid?
No, it does not expand Medicaid.
Does this bill authorize any kind of payments from the Medicaid system?
No, it does not authorize any payments.
So my understanding is that in 48 other states, it's permissible for a membership-driven discount drug program to be able to be provided in that state, and that individuals who are members of that program can actually access prescription drugs at a lower price than the Medicaid usual and customary rate. Is that your understanding?
That is exactly
And
my
we are
understanding.
one of only 2 states that doesn't allow people to have access to drugs cheaper than what Medicaid will offer for what you have to pay for it, right?
That's correct.
So all you're doing in this bill is you're giving everybody in this building, this chamber, their constituents access to cheaper drugs than what they can currently buy, provided that they join the membership program. Is that right?
That's exactly what this bill does.
And I think just in case folks want to know, so Amazon, for example, has a pharmacy program, and that would be an example for members or constituents of members that get.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
So for folks that would get their prescriptions from Amazon, which I do, I'm sure there are others that do, those folks, if your bill passes, would be entitled to cheaper medications than what they're currently allowed to get because of this hang-up with the Medicaid system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I think you have an amazing bill, and I hope everybody votes for this, because I can't imagine not voting to lower prescription drug prices for your constituents.
Thank you, Representative Iverson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Mr. Kane voting no. Ms. Leo Wilson voting no. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 120 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 2402 is passed to engrossment. Members, if you have returned from a committee, if you will check in with the clerk, you will be able to be registered to vote again. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2306. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2306 by Villalobos, relating to changing the eligibility for release on parole of certain inmates serving sentences for trafficking offenses involving child victims and disabled individuals.
Chair has Ms. Villalobos.
Hi there. Excellent. Yes, I am. A while. This bill will add 4 offenses to the no parole list. 1, anyone who is trafficking children in Texas. 2, anyone who is forcing children into forced labor or disabled individuals. And 3, anyone who's making profit off of those things. This updates current law to help ensure that those in our society that are most vulnerable serve their full sentence. Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2306 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1809. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1238. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1238 by Kolkhorst, relating to prohibited insurance discrimination on the basis of an insured's marital status following the death of an insured spouse.
Chair, guys, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would prohibit insurance discrimination against widowed women, known as a widow penalty. Under current practice, the death of a spouse is often treated differently by insurance companies for a widowed wife than it is for a widowed husband. If a wife passes, the widowed husband's insurance rates typically do not change. However, if a husband passes, it is all too common for the rate of the insurance paid by the widowed wife to increase. This bill seeks to protect widows by explicitly prohibiting insurers from discriminating against widows by increasing the rates upon the death of their spouse. The death of the spouse is already a very difficult situation to navigate, both emotionally and financially. A widow's grief should not be made worse by the burdens of increased insurance costs. This legislation would provide protections for widows against unjust insurance increases in insurance rates. And I want to thank Representative Morgan for also working on this issue. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1238 is passed to third reading. Ms. Hernandez moves to lay House Bill 1809 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2350. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2350 by Dutton, relating to standing in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members, this bill only relates to standing, and some of our colleagues aren't standing. But this bill just decides who has standing in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship. Oh, where'd she go? Okay. I move passage, members.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2350 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3000. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3000 by King, relating to a grant program to provide financial assistance to qualified ambulance service providers in certain rural counties.
Chair has Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative King's bill. House Bill 3000 creates a grant program to help rural counties purchase new ambulances. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 11 nays, House Bill 3000 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3237. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3237 by Turner, relating to certain energy consumption goals for institutions of higher education and certain governmental entities.
Chair has Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just simply extends the current statutory requirement for certain institutions of higher education, state agencies, and political subdivisions to establish a goal to reduce their electric consumption by at least 5% each fiscal year through 2031. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 43 nays. House Bill 3237 is passed to third engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3326. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3326 by Allen, relating to certain duties of a public institution of higher education in relation to the Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great bill by Representative Allen, a forgiveness program for the loan for adjunct professors. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes and 66 nays, House Bill 3326 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3211 by Dean, relating to the participation of optometrists and therapeutic optometrists in managed care plans providing vision benefits.
Chair goes Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows Texans to choose the eye doctor they want to see, especially in the rural Texas areas where people have to travel a long way to get to see their optometrist. We work closely with the vision plans and health plans, and with the perfecting amendment, they are neutral on the bill. I have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair goes Mr. Dean.
It's a perfecting amendment that just adds clarity to the credentialing process at the request of the benefit plans. I move adoption.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair, none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair goes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker's members. This amendment resolves an untenable situation which is occurring regarding Medicaid with our optometrists. It doesn't cost state any money. This amendment does not cost money. It simply says that an optometrist must be paid a minimum of 95% of the state prescribed rate for care provided to Texans under Medicaid. These dollars are already being spent by the state, but they should go to fund care, not line the pockets of middlemen, and I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean on the bill, or on the amendment.
Okay, members, I know Dr. Buckley has worked on this issue for several sessions. I'm going to leave this up to the body, but I will be voting aye.
Mr. Buckley sends up an amendment. It is a division vote. It's a division vote. Strike the board. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Dean to close on the bill.
Move adoption with stomp on it for Ms. T.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 3211 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1056. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1056 by DeRazio, relating to the issuance of gold and silver specie and the establishment of a currency based on gold and silver, authorizing a fee.
Chair is Mr. DeRazio.
Mr. Speaker, members, this legislation makes gold and silver legal tender and authorizes the comptroller to create a program using existing technology for the value of gold and silver to be transferred by electronic means. By creating a functional medium of exchange, this legislation should prevent the privacy, compliance costs, and tax implications that exist without the state's involvement. And I believe we have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative DeRazio. I just want to walk through a couple of points of the bill, if we could. So the bill establishes a currency in the state of Texas based on gold and silver, right? That's the primary purpose of the bill.
Could you please re-ask that question?
Sure. The bill, House Bill 1056, establishes a currency based on gold and silver.
No, the bill uses Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution, which says, no state shall enter into a treaty, alliance, or confederation, ... or make anything but gold and silver coin a legal tender of payment of debts.
Okay, I agree. That's what the Constitution says. But that wasn't, respectfully, that wasn't my question. I'm just reading from the caption of the bill. that the bill is relating to the issuance of gold and silver specie and the establishment of a currency based on gold and silver.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And so I think in the first, am I right, in the first couple of pages of the bill, pages 1 and 2, it speaks to those provisions of issuance of gold and silver specie and the establishment of a currency based on gold and silver. It's like I'm looking on page 2 at the top of the page, the comptroller shall establish and provide for the issuance of gold and silver specie, right? That's what that provision's doing in the bill.
That's what it says.
Okay, great. So turning to page 3 of the bill, really pages 3, 4, and 5 of the bill. This deals with the pooled depository account, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so can you just explain to the members what the pooled depository account is?
A pooled depository account is exactly what it says, a pooled depository account.
Okay, so it's like a bank.
No, it cannot be a bank. The depository does not operate like a bank. It operates like a warehouse.
Okay. I'm sorry, like a what?
A warehouse.
A warehouse.
A warehouse.
So if you look on page 4 of the bill, though, it talks about the comptroller shall, I'm looking at the top of page 4, the comptroller shall, using the money received, purchase gold or silver, specie or bullion. And then subsection 2, deposit for the person the gold and silver specie or bullion. Issue to the person, number 3, issue to a person a gold and silver currency account with the depository. And then it goes on to talk about under subsection C, on receiving a person's designation under subsection A2, the comptroller shall withdraw from the person's depository account the amount of gold or silver specie, issue to a person a gold and silver currency account with the depository. That's what the bill does, right? I'm just reading from the bill, but
You just defined it and read it perfectly.
okay.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. All right, that's what I thought. It just those seem to me to be similar to banking functions, but I'll accept your definition or description as a warehouse instead. So lastly, Mr. Drazio, on page 6...
It's DeRazio, like raise the garage door.
I beg your pardon, Mr. DeRazio. Mr. DeRazio. At the bottom of page 6, this is section 2116.110, fee. The comptroller may establish a fee for the issuance or redemption of gold and silver currency to cover the comptroller's costs. So that's allowing the comptroller to assess a fee when they issue gold or silver currency. That's what that does?
Okay. On
bottom of page 6.
Okay, it says the comptroller may establish a fee for the issuance or redemption of gold and silver currency to cover the comptroller's cost. That's what it says.
Okay, so that's a fee. And then it says, and an industry standard merchant fee for use. What is that? This is extending on to page 7 of the bill. An industry standard merchant fee.
This is essentially...
The merchant fee is like the interchange fee.
Okay, so who pays the interchange fee?
You have an amendment to it. Oh, wait. So let them know that we have an amendment to.
We have an amendment. We have an amendment to the fee.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We have an amendment to the fee that addresses that issue.
Oh, okay, very good. But it's a separate fee. It's a merchant fee as opposed to the fee for the issuance of redemption. issuance or redemption of gold and silver, right?
Are those two different fees?
They're two different fees. They're two different fees.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr.
Thank you,
Vice.
Mr. Turner.
All right. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Rise to call a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1056 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, that the caption does not provide reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure, and Rule 8, Section 1B, that the caption does not disclose that the bill authorizes multiple fees.
Mr. Turner, please bring your point of order down front.
Thank you.
The point of order is withdrawn. Mr. DeRazio, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by DeRazio.
No, this is your amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to explain the amendment. Chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is to codify the fee established by the comptroller to cover costs that may not exceed the industry standard merchant fee. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
And it's acceptable to me. I move
Mr.
passage.
Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1056 on the basis that the bill analysis fails to comply with House Rule Section 32C2, which requires that a bill analysis accurately summarize the substance of the bill.
The point of order is withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. DeRazio sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. Okay.
There's objection.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1056 on the grounds the bill analysis fails to comply with House Rule 4, Section 32C2, which requires that a bill analysis accurately summarize the substance of the bill.
Mr. Bryant, please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment makes the implementation of a state gold currency contingent on a final order from a federal court. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Guerin, do you yield for a question?
Yes, I would, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman
Gentleman
Guerin,
yields.
could you just expound a little bit?
Well,
could you expound a little bit on what you're?
yes, sir, I'm happy to. Currently, the federal Constitution and federal criminal law prohibit individuals and states from coining money, and this just makes sure that this bill is legal, so that because the comptroller is going to be handling this, and I want to make sure there's no potential criminal or liability for the comptroller's office, or that they're going to get sued.
So if the bill is passed, it would be subject to your amendment actually going into effect would
That's
dictate
correct.
the
That's
timing
correct,
of that
sir.
implementation. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Basu, for what purpose?
Gentleman, yield for a brief question.
Yes, sir, I
Gentleman
will.
yields.
I just want to make sure, I think on our amendment system, Representative Guerin right now is showing the amendment about the fee. And I just want
Well,
to
that was Mr. Durazio's amendment.
That was Mr. Durazio's amendment?
Yes, sir. Durazio.
Durazio. You got me saying it wrong.
Durazio.
Okay. Okay. All right, no, we're good. I just want to make sure we're on the right amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Guerin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? There is objection. This is a record vote. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Durazio voting aye. Show Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting nay. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes and 29 nays, the amendment is adopted. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against HB 1056? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Durazio to close on the bill.
Good job. I move passage.
A question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1056. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting nay. Show Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Mr. Durazio voting aye. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez Rivera voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes and 41 nays, HB 1056 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2081. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2081 by Busey relating to the establishment of the Building Better Futures program to support educational and occupational skills training opportunities and support services for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities at public and private institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2081 would create the Building Better Futures program to increase opportunities for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities so that they can build independence and continue to contribute to their communities here in Texas. Right now in Texas, we are underestimating students like Shelby Davenport, a proud Texan who has a rare disability that impacts her ability to walk and use fine motor skills. However, as those who saw her testify in higher education committee know, her disability does not stop her from wanting to learn, to know, and to contribute to her community. After high school, Shelby defied the expectations of her college counselor by enrolling in the PASS program at Texas A&M. The PASS program is one of the 4 comprehensive transition and post-secondary programs in Texas. These programs are unique for their blend of personalized academic support, job coaching, and independent living options for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Over 70% of participants in these sorts of programs find jobs within 2 years of graduation, and yet we only have 200 seats available statewide. We have a duty to address this shortage by enabling the Higher Education Coordinating Board to establish additional programs and coordinate with existing campuses. I want to share that this project will be in good hands, as Shelby is now using the job coaching she received through the PASS program as the program coordinator at Texas A&M. Shelby is here in the audience with us today. I would like to ask her to stand, as well as Brooke, Kaysen, and his mom, our other students who will benefit and came to testify and showed their courage. Members, at its heart, this bill is a pathway that enables Texans with IDD to build their own futures and pave their own Texas story. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2081. Record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Brucey voting aye. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 17 nays, HB 2081 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2187. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2187 by Howard, relating to hospital staffing report processes and to retaliation and mandatory overtime protections for nurses providing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2187 is a recommendation from the Governor's Healthcare Workforce Task Force and seeks to strengthen the state's nursing staffing laws by ensuring that HHSC has the clear and express authority to act if the nurse staffing law is being violated. I want to take a moment to thank Victoria Ford, chairwoman of the task force, for her vision and leadership. I also want to thank Jack Frazee with the Nurses Association and Ben Williams and Carrie Kroll with the Hospital Association for working through the details of this bill over the interim. And a huge thank you to every member of the Healthcare Workforce Task Force. This was a big undertaking, and I believe the recommendations that came from it will truly make a difference in addressing our healthcare workforce shortfall. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2187. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2187 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3092. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3092 by Gertis, relating to a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct an electric transmission line.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3092 moves the CCN exemption threshold from 3 miles to 5 miles. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3092. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3092 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3308. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3308 by Guerin, relating to charitable raffles conducted by the professional sports teams, charitable foundations of rodeo organizations, sanctioned by certain professionals associated or hosting a professional rodeo event at rodeo venues.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just adds professional rodeos to the charitable raffle.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3308. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes and 31 nays, HB 3308 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3526. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3526 by Capriglione, relating to fiscal transparency for bonds issued by local government entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3526 promotes greater government transparency and accountability by ensuring taxpayers have clear, accessible information about local government bond issues. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the amendment.
This amendment is just a perfecting amendment to fix some of the language. I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3526. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3526 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3750. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3750 by Manuel, relating to reimbursing certain Department of Family and Protective Service employees for certain legal expenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3750 allows for DFPS to reimburse employees for legal costs when they take steps to ensure their personal safety due to threats encountered while performing their duties.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Are you aware that I've struggled with knee pain for several years?
I do now.
Okay. Well, if I make you mad, would you please let me know?
Absolutely. I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
A question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3750. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3750 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3527. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1341. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1341 by Hancock, relating to the regulation of manufactured homes.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, manufactured homes have modernized in recent years, transitioning from traditional double wides to customizable buildings that reflect a more traditional home. Senate Bill. Oh, yeah, that's right. Senate Bill 1341 will amend statutory definitions for manufactured home, HUD code manufactured home to reflect federal law. It will remove outdated paper retention policies and streamline the buying process. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1341. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 3 nays, SB 1341 is passed to third reading. Mr. McQueenie moves to lay House Bill 3527 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4219. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4219 by Capriglione, relating to a governmental body's response to a request for public information.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4219 ensures that government bodies respond promptly to public information requests. It does that by establishing clear expectation of a response within 10 days if no responsive records exist. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4219. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 2 nays, HB 4219 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4230. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4230 by Metcalf, relating to the establishment of a hike and bike trail to be known as the Bicentennial Trail.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4230 directs the General Land Office to coordinate a hike and bike trail network connecting the Alamo to the state capitol in time for the bicentennial. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4230. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 19 nays, HB 4230 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4290. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4290 by Darby, relating to a qualifying cogenerator that serves a large load and a co-located desalination facility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill removes a key regulatory barrier and includes the integration of power generation, desalination, and computing infrastructure, particularly in areas like West Permian Basin. And I do have one perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment simply excludes the electric cooperatives and municipal-owned utilities from the bill, and it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4290. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4290 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5238. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5238 by Lopez of Bear relating to the criminal offense of disrupting a meeting or procession.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5238 is before you today. It modernizes the section of the law relating to disruption of meetings to include the disruption of virtual meetings. There is law on the books today for a physical disruption, nothing there talking about virtual interruptions. I had the misfortune of being involved in a couple of those meetings over the course of the last year, and they certainly are disruptive to those folks that are engaged in trying to have public discourse, and this bill will remediate that. So with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 5238. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bear of Lopez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 1 nay, HB 5238 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4804. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4804 by Hefner relating to the revocation of a driver's license and the disqualification from operating a commercial motor vehicle.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the 88th Legislature passed SB 1518 and established the Terrorist Offender Registry under CCP Article 65. This article mirrored CCP Article 62 for the Sex Offender Registry. However, there were some statutes that were not amended. Section 521.348 authorizes the department to revoke a driver's license or identification card on a person who fails to comply with the sex offender issuance requirements. House Bill 4804 would update this list to include terrorist offender issuance requirements. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 3 nays, HB 4804 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4749. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4749 by Landgraf relating to the reconstruction of the jury wheel and the jurors' qualification in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this bill out on behalf of Representative Landgraf. I know there's a lot of controversy and questions surrounding this bill. The author just wanted me to tell you to vote your district, members. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4749. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 7 nays, HB 4749 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 245. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 245 by Wilson relating to the treatment of military service credit in the Employees Retirement System of Texas as law enforcement or custodial officer service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 245 allows eligible members of the Employers or Employees Retirement System, ERS, to apply military service credit specifically towards a supplemental for law enforcement or custodial officer retirement. I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
This just repairs a drafting error on the original bill. Adopt.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the bill
Move
as
passage.
amended. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 245. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 245 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1465. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1465 by Hicklin relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of invasive visual recording and the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to that offense.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 1465 requires individuals who are convicted of invasive visual recording to register as sex offenders. Members, for Kaylee, Lee, Leah, and countless victims of this disturbing offense, please join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1465. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hicklin voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1465 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1482. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1482 by Leo Wilson relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision and parole for certain repeat intoxication offenders.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following
Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker and members, this bill is about preventing tragedies and ensuring that our laws better reflect the need for public safety. HB 1482 would change the eligibility for community supervision for certain repeated intoxicated offenders, closing dangerous loopholes in our current system. We cannot continue to allow individuals with a clear pattern of dangerous behavior to return to our streets prematurely.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leo Wilson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the amendment.
This amendment names House Bill 1482 after Mason and Sam. It will be called Mason and Sam's Law in honor of Mason Nelson and Sam Mixon, two teens whose lives were tragically cut short by a repeat DWI offender. They should not have lost their lives the way they did, and I'm moving this bill in their memory. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Leo Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to close on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
will lady yield for a couple questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentlelady yields.
You've got a prohibition in this bill on community supervision under 42A. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Does that also change eligibility for parole?
No, the parole was removed. I think we addressed that
Okay.
in the substitute.
Would you? Okay. I think there might be a question as to that.
Okay.
Would you mind? Would you mind postponing this for 10 minutes so we could just discuss that parole eligibility portion?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to postpone House Bill 1482 till 2:30 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 294. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 294 by Cortez, relating to the regulation by a municipality or property owners association of food production on single-family residential lots.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 294 amends the property code to prevent cities and HOAs from creating ordinances that would restrict growing fruits, vegetables, and raising and the keeping of domestic fowl or adult rabbits on single-family residential lots. Growing a home garden has numerous benefits, such as providing access to high-quality, fresh, and nutritious food and reducing families' food bill. Members, if you vote for this bill, we can guarantee that there will be a chicken in every pot. Chicken in every pot. I move passage.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Oh, sorry.
A question for the author.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
So I don't think people are listening, though. So if we pass this bill, it does what again? A chicken in every
pot.
And a chicken on every
lot.
Thank you. It's a great bill.
Move passage.
A question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, HB 294 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 793. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 793 by Thompson, relating to the confidentiality of certain personal information of an applicant for or a person protected by a protective order.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill merely removes the court's inability to reject a protective order application requested for confidentiality. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 793. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 793 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 809. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 809 by Thompson, relating to the execution of a waiver of citation by a digitized signature in a suit for the dissolution of a marriage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a very simple bill that allows for the use of digital signatures on waivers of service in divorce cases and allows for the electronic notarization as well. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 809. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 17 nays, HB 809 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3928. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3928 by Thompson relating to providing notice of a vehicle towed to a vehicle storage facility by publication on a third-party internet website.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill allows a vehicle storage facility to provide an alternative notice on a website approved by the Texas Department of License and Regulations. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3928. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3928 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 334. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 334 by Ordaz relating to the establishment of a county employee family leave pool program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would allow counties to voluntarily create a shared leave family leave pool so employees can be there for their families during life's most important moments without creating extra costs for counties. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 334. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, HB 334 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2037. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2037 by Darby relating to the repairs made by pursuant to a tenant's notice of intent to repair and refund of a tenant's security deposit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply modernizes outdated landlord-tenant statutes by updating how tenants may conduct repairs and provide forwarding addresses for security deposit refunds. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2037. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2037 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1973. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1973 by Cook relating to the proof of the identity of a child's parent and a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1973 strengthens safeguards in suits affecting parent-child relationships by requiring petitioners to submit a certified copy of the child's birth certificate if available. If not, other alternative measures are set forth in the bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1973. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1973 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 285. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 285 by Ordaz relating to the prosecution of the offense of cruelty to non-livestock animals.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Yes, come on over. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this meaningful piece of legislation. First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the bipartisan joint authors and co-authors who have joined in the support on this effort. House Bill 285, known as Poncho's Law, aims to protect our beloved pets from harm caused by criminally negligent behavior. Under current law, families have limited recourse when their dogs or cats are injured due to such negligence. This bill seeks to ensure accountability and prevent those who act irresponsibly from endangering other pets in the future. As a proud pet owner, I understand how deeply our animals become to our families. It's only right that we take steps to safeguard them. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move passage of HB 285.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 285. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes and 19 nays, HB 285 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4341. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4341 by McLaughlin relating to the Critical Infrastructure Facility Emergency Response Maps and the Critical Infrastructure Emergency Response Maps Grant Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4341 is about making one thing, making sure our first responders have the information they need when every second counts. This bill requires airports and military installations to submit standardized emergency response maps to the Department of Public Safety and local law enforcement. These maps will be secure and only shared with DPS and law enforcement. This bill also creates a grant program to help facilities meet these requirements. This is a common sense step to better protect our communities. Members, I have a perfecting amendment that is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McLaughlin.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the amendment.
Is just striking the federal government and putting this state.
Mr.
Move
McLaughlin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4341. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4341 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4264. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4264 by Hefner relating to the creation of a grant program for certain peace officers who hold a Master Proficiency Certificate.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4264 until 3:15 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee of Delivery of Government Efficiency will meet today at 5:30 in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 1043. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1043 by Bojani relating to a study by the General Land Office on the establishment and implementation by the General Land Office of the Distributed Ledger-Based Title Registry Pilot Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1043 is designed to reduce fraud in the real estate industry. It will set up a test in 2 counties that will be overseen by 3 state agencies. Members, I work in the title industry and I know there's a 2-week gap period where fraud can occur. And this bill will eliminate that gap. This bill was crafted with valuable input from relevant stakeholders in the title, real estate, and technology industries. Members, this bill passed unanimously out of the DOGE committee because we know that this technology has the potential to reduce fraud and gets our state on a path to modernizing our real estate title records. I want to thank my joint authors on the bill, Chairman Capriglione, Representative Pat Curry, Representative Daniel Alders, and Representative Linda Garcia, along with Representative Cook. And I also want to thank Representative Noble on her help today. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1043. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 27 nays, HB 1043 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 387. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 837 by Howard relating to the instruction for barbers and cosmetologists on identifying and assisting victims of domestic violence.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 837 to Domestic Violence Awareness Day, October 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on Second Amendment HB 1234. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1234 by Guillen relating to certain procedures required for the denial of certain applications for a license to carry a handgun.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1234 ensures fairness and transparency in the handgun license application process by requiring DPS to provide written notice and a chance to respond when an application is denied based on a medical advisory board recommendation. We do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfecting amendment based upon feedback from DSHS. It clarifies the board's reevaluation process. The amendment is acceptable to the author to move adoption.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to... Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Yeah, we need the gentleman to walk us through the amendment a little bit more.
The amendment's not coming out.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you actually have that power to bring the amendment system down to be able to
Yeah,
do this?
right.
Man, it's awesome. I got to learn these tricks.
You
man.
really move fast. For a big fella.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We had some difficulty in viewing the amendment on our system, so thank you for waiting. Maybe the author of the amendment can walk through what the amendment does.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Sorry,
Gentleman
Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
yields.
Sorry, Chairman Guillen, we had some difficulty with our FAS system. Can you talk about what the amendment does once again?
Yeah. This DSHS, kind of last minute, sent us a recommendation for clarification, and we had it drafted up for them. It's just clarifying their end of the process, so it's clearly just a clarification.
Okay. And what is the process? Can you walk me through the process just really quickly? Sorry.
Yeah. So this deals with license to carry applications. Sometimes you'll have a denial. The denial is often based on a recommendation from this medical board, and currently, without this bill, there's no due process for anyone, and so there's no way to go and rebut. There's no way to explain, their end of the situation. And so, what this bill does is it gives them that opportunity. And
is it effectively an appeal, Mr. Chairman? An opportunity to appeal a denial?
Yeah, I guess I would characterize it that way, yes. It's due process.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill as adopted.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1234. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 12 nays, HB 1234 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HJR 203 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 203 by Wilson, proposing a constitutional amendment establishing the Texas Healthcare Workforce Education Fund to provide funding to eligible institutions of higher education to address Texas healthcare workforce needs and drive the state economy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have a significant health care provider shortage here in the state of Texas. HJR 203 proposes a constitutional amendment to create the Texas Healthcare Workforce Education Fund, which would be managed and dispersed according to the rules we just established in this House by passing House Bill 5265 earlier today. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 203. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 2 nays, HJR 203 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1193. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1193 by manual relating to the confidentiality of certain information on a marriage license and applications for a marriage license and a declaration of informal marriage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 1193 allows individuals filing an informal marriage declaration to request their identifying information to be kept confidential, providing the safe privacy protections available for traditional marriages, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1193. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1193 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1194. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1194 by manual relating to the period during which an order for emergency protection remains in effect.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1194 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Okay. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1646. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1646 by Lujan relating to the amount of an expenditure that may be paid for an emergency service district employee without board approval.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1646 until 10 a.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Do you want? Chair lays out on second reading HB 1729. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1729 by Vasut relating to a limitation on the number of terms a person may serve as a commissioner of Port Freeport.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is 2 term limits for Port Freeport. They've asked for it. It's a local bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1729. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 4 nays, HB 1729 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2498. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2498 by Leach relating to the consequences of a criminal conviction on a person's eligibility for an occupational license.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2498 promotes second chances and workforce development for hardworking and deserving Texans. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2498. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2498 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1314. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1314 by Hicklin relating to price estimates and billing requirements for certain healthcare facilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill outlines the process for obtaining estimated medical charges prior to an elective procedure. Please join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1314. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hicklin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1314 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2295. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2295 by Capriglione relating to newborn screening tests for Duchenne muscular dystrophy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2295 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1353. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1353 by Guillen relating to international cooperation agreements between certain state agencies in the United Mexican States and funding for infrastructure investments in the state, providing authority for certain agencies to issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1353 allows the TCQ and the PUC to partner with the North American Development Bank, NADBank, to support critical water infrastructure projects along the border. Move final passage, or move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1353. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 52 nays, HB 1353 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1531. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1531 by Howard relating to the definition of facility for purposes of workplace violence prevention requirements.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1531 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1988. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1988 by Lujan relating to the disclosure of certain information by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1988 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5398. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5398 by Morales of Maverick relating to taking of certain Aoudad sheep by using a helicopter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5398 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3960 by Paul relating to the effect of certain misrepresentations on certain insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3960 clarifies that a life insurance policy may be rescinded during the 2-year constability period when the individual who purchased the policy provides false answers to material facts and application. We also have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Paul.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the amendment.
This is just an amendment to be very clear that all this deals with is life insurance. Move adoption.
Mr. Paul sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3960. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 26 nays, HB 3960 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3923. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3923 by Bell of Kaufman relating to state employment opportunities for individuals who do not hold a bachelor's degree.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3923 modernizes Texas state hiring practices by removing unnecessary 4-year degree requirements for relevant government positions. This legislation strengthens the state workforce, broadens the candidate pool,
and promotes upward mobility for all Texans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3923. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3923 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1407. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1407 by Guillen relating to public utility agencies, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate bill is over but not yet eligible, so I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1407 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the
Admit the
House.
messenger, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 547, amended.
Thank you, messenger. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1764. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 522. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 522 by Perry relating to the practice of accounting in the state by certain certified public accountants licensed in other states.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 522 facilitates mobility for certified public accountants by ensuring seamless practice mobility for CPAs licensed in other states that meet established requirements. This approach aligns with national efforts to reduce barriers for licensed professionals while maintaining great standards to protect the public interest. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 522. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 522 is passed to third reading. Ms. Button moves to lay HB 1764 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2221. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2221 by Hull relating to certain trade practices related to life insurance, annuity contracts, and accident and health coverage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow for life insurers to provide loss control measures like a heart monitor without having to file a new policy with TDI in the same way that property and casualty insurance can. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2221. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 1 nay, HB 2221 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2214 by Wale relating to notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floodplain.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2214 until 8 a.m. Monday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, does he need to read? Recognize him again? Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a correction on that motion, please. I move to postpone HB 2214 until 8 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Phelan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 522, all joint authors and co-authors for HB 1764.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2517. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2517 by Barry relating to the applicability of premium and maintenance taxes to Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, Texas Fair Plan Association.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently TWIA and the Fair Plan pay premium and maintenance taxes to TDI, despite being nonprofit organizations that operate in residual markets and are heavily regulated by the legislature. HB 2517 exempts TWIA and the Fair Plan from these taxes, which will increase their ability to pay claims, lessen the need to purchase reinsurance, and help lower their overall operating costs. Move passage.
Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for question?
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
TWIA uses money from this body in the state, correct?
Correct.
So all we're doing is money that the state sends down to it, we're then paying taxes back on that money, is that correct?
Policyholders pay premiums. Part of those premiums is a 1.6% tax associated with that. That money goes to TDI currently. Since TWIA is a nonprofit and the Fair Plan are nonprofit organizations and they are highly regulated by TDI, I don't feel like there's a need for us to pay TDI regulatory expenses.
Right, and this body just passed a bill to help shore up TWIA and their funding, is that correct?
That is correct.
So this is another measure to help ensure that this body doesn't have to address that again in their future, right?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2517. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. There being 123 ayes and 16 nays, HB 2517 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2518. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2518 by Barry relating to the use of installment premium payment plans on Texas Windstorm Insurance Association policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2518 is a safeguard for TWIA policyholders, ensuring that if they choose to finance their premiums, they do not have to pay any additional interest on their financing option. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2518. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 11 nays, HB 2518 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2213. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2213 by Johnson relating to the composition of the Board of Directors of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did the chair instruct the clerk to read the bill or ring the bell?
The chair has been giving the clerk mixed instructions throughout the afternoon. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is another TWIA bill. So to sit on the board for TWIA, you can either be in a first-tier coastal county or you have to be 100 miles inland. That leaves a space of Texans not qualified to participate, and we need more people to fill this board. This bill would simply open up to all Texans available to sit on the TWIA board. And I do have an amendment on this bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Barry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Berry to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just simply specifies that at least one of the members appointed to the TWIA board must be actively offering and/or servicing TWIA policies. Move passage.
Mr. Berry sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage, and I appreciate the joint authors on the bill. Thank you.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2213. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes and 14 nays, HB 2213 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5008. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5008 by Bell of Kaufman relating to the use of the Skills Development Fund by certain entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5008 to 10 a.m. Tuesday, Monday, May the 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5092. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5092 by Tepper relating to the operation and dissolution of the Lubbock Redevelopment Authority and to agreements between Texas Tech University and the authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5092 facilitates the development of technology and critical infrastructure at the former Reese Air Force Base in collaboration with Texas Tech University. The bill also directs the Lubbock Reese Redevelopment Authority to collaborate with various federal agencies in these efforts. The bill amends the composition of Reese's board and ensures that board members have experience in technology or critical infrastructure technology. On a personal note, I was stationed at Reese in 1988, became a sergeant there, and then got my degree at Texas Tech later, and it's very satisfying for me to put the two together. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5092. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 16 nays, HB 5092 is passed to engrossment. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Human Services will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 24 and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3421. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3421 by Hayes relating to a descendant's estates and other matters involving probate courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes for a motion.
Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3421 as the Senate Bill 1448 is coming over and eligible, and move to postpone until Tuesday, May 6th at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3663. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1532. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1532 by Zaffarini relating to the information required to be posted by the Texas Water Development Board on the board's internet website regarding the use of state's water implementation fund for Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought by the Texas Water Development Board and eliminates any outdated reporting requirements, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes and 17 nays. Senate Bill 1532 is passed to third reading. Mr. Martinez moves to lay House Bill 3663 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3748. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3748 by manual relating to reimbursing employees of the Department of Family and Protective Services for loss of or damage to personal property.
Chair has Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this bill allows DFPS to reimburse employees for personal property that is lost or damaged by a client while the employee is performing their job, and there is a clarifying amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by manual.
Chair guys, Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment just clarifies that during their duty, if it's a neighbor, someone in the home, as long as they're doing the job, that they would be reimbursed. There's a cap on it. It's already money that's within the agency. I move passage.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Amendment's adopted. Mr. Manuel on the bill as amended.
Move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Question occurs on how passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 16 nays. House Bill 3748 is passed to engrossment. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs will meet today upon final adjournment, recess, or bill referral if permission is granted in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it correct that the Texas Senate has adjourned until Monday?
The chair is not advised.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it correct that the House has sent over 379 bills to the Texas Senate? Roughly?
Mr. Wu, the chair is not advised, but I would not dispute that.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it your understanding, is it correct that the Senate so far has passed 2 House bills?
Mr. Wu, the chair is not advised, but I would not dispute that.
Okay. And, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it correct that the House sent over House Bill 2, the bill that's supposed to help protect our schools, on April the 17th?
Mr. Wu, the chair is not advised, but I would not dispute that. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State the inquiry.
Is it your understanding that the Senate has had that bill, has HB2, in the Senate committee since April 23rd and has not granted it a hearing, including today?
Mr. Wu, the chair is not advised.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How many weeks of session are there left? Roughly.
The remainder of this week and 4 more.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is the Senate aware that if HB2 does not pass, that our school system may completely collapse?
Mr. Wu, the chair is not advised.
Thank you.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3800. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3800 by OR relating to an advisory board established to develop a resource guide that facilitates collaboration in identifying and addressing local healthcare workforce needs.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3800 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3756. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1378. The clerk will read the bill.
HB SB 1378 by Parker relating to the powers of certain non-resident sellers permit holders who also hold a winery permit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3656 provides an area exemption for one limited specific purpose and prevents business disruption and job loss. It's narrowly bracketed to apply only to one specific acquisition, preventing unintended consequence for other existing and future companies in the industry. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell.
Okay. That's the alcohol bill. I know. I better go tell.
Have all members voted? Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 25 nays. Senate Bill 1378 is passed to third reading. Mr. Guerin moves to lay House Bill 3756 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2613. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2613 by Harris Davila relating to the liability of a water park entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
Chair guys, Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2613 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3782. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1062. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1062 by Colcars relating to the type of newspaper required for publication of public notices.
Chair guys, Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill permits the publishing of public notices in digital publications as well. I'd move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 145 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1062 is passed to third reading. Mr. Smithy moves to lay House Bill 3782 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5246. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5246 by Bonin relating to the administration, powers, and duties of the Texas Space Commission, the Texas Aerospace Research and Space Economy Consortium, and other governmental entities and institutions regarding aerospace, aviation, and space exploration initiatives, and to the abolishment of the Spaceport Trust Fund.
Chair has Mr. Bonham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5246 seeks to perfect the code which established the Space Commission and TARSEC. It will attach TARSEC to the commission, but maintains the commission at the governor's office. It changes the sunset review date by 1 year to 2033. It changes the duties of the Aerospace and Aviation Advisory Committee, which is an entity within the Economic Development and Tourism Office, within the governor's office, by abolishing the Spaceport Trust Fund, and expands the entities that the commission may work with to include intergovernmental agreements with the federal counterparts, including NASA and the United States Department of Defense. And
Mr. Tindall, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield
Happy
for
to yield
questions?
for questions.
A lot of my peers, very close peers, that are thinking about voting no on this, and I want to be able to talk very briefly. I won't waste time.
Sure.
The importance of the space program and how important it is that the state fund this and support it because of the space race and the military and kind of what's happening. Can you talk just for a second about that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in an exciting but also a challenging time where access to orbit and beyond has become much more affordable, and as a result, we're seeing the rapid expansion and development of technology, and that includes by foreign adversaries that seek to have dominance over our country and over the free world. So this is the state of Texas, which is the home of human space flight, and then some of the most amazing accomplishments that you're seeing down in South Texas with the development of the largest reusable rocket in history that will not only transform our access to orbit and beyond, but it allows us to protect our country and then also make sure that our country remains the leader of the free world through the 21st century.
And so it's important for people to know that the space race that's happening is whoever owns space, owns the electromagnetic spectrum, and space is pretty much going to own the combat space. And I liken it to aerospace and actually owning the airspace during the early world wars and how important that created for dominance. So I wanted my peers to know I'm voting for this bill. A lot of my peers are going to be a no on it, but we have to spend money on this stuff or we'll get dominated by countries like China.
It is the ultimate high ground.
Thank you.
And I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
Chair has Mr. Bonin on the amendment.
Thank you. This, Mr. Speaker, this amendment will allow the Commission to enter into intergovernmental agreements, in particular with the Department of Defense and NASA, subject to approval by the Governor. I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Bonin sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bonin on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 5246 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4344. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4344 by Hernandez, relating to access to and use of criminal history record information by the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Chair has Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow the PUC to conduct background checks on employees and contractors who have access to sensitive information. I move passage.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Backup members, passage. The question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 9 nays. House Bill 4344 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 1482 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1482 by Leo Wilson, relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision and parole for certain repeat intoxication offenders.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I want to thank Representative Leo Wilson for hitting pause real quick on this bill. It's been very gracious to work with me and Chairman Cook as well. The purpose of the bill as it came to the floor was to limit community supervision for these offenses, so third or more DWI. Right, so there's a category of offenses that we do that with, and you do that in the Code of Criminal Procedure. However, there's an interconnectedness to the, we're going to get nerdy real quick because I'm sure that's what you're looking forward to today. There's an interconnectedness over to the government code where you also have interplay with parole eligibility and the time in which someone's eligible for parole. There was a connection between the two that I think was not the intent of the legislation, and so all this amendment does is it disconnects those two. So the core of the bill, which is community supervision and not permitting community supervision in these particular instances, stays intact, but we don't then transfer over into the government code and touch the parole eligibility. And the amendment's acceptable to the author.
Speaker Moody sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Leo Wilson to close on our bill.
Thank you, Mr. Moody, or Representative Moody, for your help on this and clarifying the language, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 7 nays. House Bill 1482 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4044. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4044 by Meyer, relating to certain expenditures by public institutions of higher education and university systems that are eligible for certain tax credits.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4044 reauthorizes the participation of public institutions of higher education and university systems in the existing Texas Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 115 ayes and 25 nays. House Bill 4044 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4066. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2066. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 2066 by Huffman relating to the repeal of the Texas Research Incentive Program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will repeal the Texas Research Incentive Program, also known as the TRIP program. It's been a very good program, but over the years since the creation of this endowment, funding methodologies for our emerging research institutions have changed. Of note, there's a backlog which we are going to fund, so we will pay off the backlog and end the program. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2066 is passed to a third reading. Mr. Bonham moves to lay House Bill 4066 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2702. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2702 by Raymond relating to prohibiting certain limitations on the operation of certain organizations that benefit veterans during a declared state of disaster.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to give the short version. House Bill 2702 amends the Emergency Management Government Code to provide an exemption for VFW posts, but this does not apply to an executive order, proclamation, or regulation issued by the governor during a natural disaster. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 2702 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 4264 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4264 by Hefner relating to a creation of a grant program for certain peace officers who hold a mastery proficiency certificate.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4264 offers a one-time $5,000 stipend after taxes for a peace officer upon being granted a Master Peace Officer certification from the Commission on Law Enforcement, and I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morgan.
Chair has Mr. Morgan.
This is just a clarifying amendment to say that the grant can only be awarded to somebody once.
Chair Mr. Morgan sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a bill that's aimed at enhancing the longevity of law enforcement officers' careers through some incentive just to help them stay in the workforce longer. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 4264 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2807. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2807 by Rose relating to the statewide Intellectual and Developmental Disability Coordinating Council.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2022, the Health and Human Services Commission published the Texas statewide IDD strategic plans, which set goals for interagency collaboration through 2025 for critical IDD services. But the goals of the plan have largely gone unmet due to an absence of a formal coordination and implementation. So House Bill 2807 establishes a statewide intellectual and developmental disability coordinating council to coordinate agencies and produce new 5-year plans. And members, we passed this bill last legislative session, and it was vetoed by the governor. And our office met with the governor's office and worked out the misunderstanding. He thought that my bill was duplicative of what he does with the Governor's Committee on the People with Disabilities. And so as we work through that, we've addressed the Governor's office concern by clarifying the council's person to eliminate redundancies across multiple state agencies, reduce costs, enhance efficiency, and increase service delivery. So, members, House Bill 2807 creates a meaningful framework for interagency coordination with clear accountability. And I would like to thank Representative Kitzman for standing with me because he has a bill that complements this bill. And so we're standing together for the IDD community. So move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 102 ayes and 40 nays, House Bill 2807 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2869. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1963. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1963 by Creighton relating to financing mechanism allowing electric utilities to obtain recovery costs associated with a weather-related event or other natural disasters, granting authority to issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1963 strengthens Texas' ability to recover quickly from major natural disasters. In 21, the legislature passed House Bill 1510, which authorizes utilities outside ERCOT to access this. This builds on that framework. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 117 ayes and 20 nays. Senate Bill 1963 is passed to third reading. Mr. Metcalf moves to lay House Bill 2869 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2898. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2898 by Frank relating to requirements for certain meteorological evaluation towers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Yep. Members, this bill will codify the notification system that TxDOT uses for Met Tower construction projects. I filed this bill to ensure that in my district and 14 other communities in Texas with an air base can be assured of meaningful collaboration with developers. I apologize, but there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair has Mr. Frank.
This amendment obviously is acceptable. It's my amendment. It clarifies that only military installations that regularly train aircraft pilots get notified. It ensures that only county judges near the relevant military and radar installations get notified. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 136 ayes, 8 nays. House Bill 2898 is passed to engrossment. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon adjournment, recess, or bill referral permission granted in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3181. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3181 by Dutton relating to the enforcement of a court order for possession of or access to a child and related order modifications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is an amendment to this bill, and I'd like to have the amendment laid out.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes court orders access to a child by the non-custodial parent, and that doesn't happen. What the amendment does, members, is it says that this bill will apply on final orders only, and after 3 times the court has to deal with a person who fails to honor the court order, that will represent a material change in circumstance. And so that's all the bill does, and I move passage.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Chair has Mr. Dutton to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what this does is make sure that the court orders are followed.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 3181 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3250. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3250 by Darby relating to the regulation of real estate appraisers and appraisal management companies.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply supports workforce growth in the appraisal industry by allowing the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board to offer need-based stipends funded solely by grants to aspiring and supervisory appraisers, and there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Members, this amendment simply corrects the drafting oversight to ensure that persons completing the requirements necessary for their certificate and license are also covered. It is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Darby on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 29 nays. House Bill 3250 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4153. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2204. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2204 by Birdwell relating to the applicability of uniform grant and contract management standards to certain Texas Water Development Board programs.
Chair has Ms. Fairley.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill makes grant processes at the Water Development Board more efficient. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 106 ayes and 37 nays. Senate Bill 2204 is passed to third reading.
Ms. Fairley moves to lay House Bill 4153 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2091. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2091 by Martinez relating to the provision of financial assistance by the Texas Water Development Board for certain projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a bill for financial assistance for water reclamation projects, and I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just recategorizes the funds where it could be used for water reclamation projects, and I move adoption. It is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2091. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted. Being 110 ayes, 32 nays, HB 2091 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2115. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2115 by Ashby relating to the Rural Sheriff's Office, Rural Constable's Office, and Rural Prosecutor's Office Salary Assistance Grant Programs.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill to SB 22, our rural law enforcement funding bill from last session. What this bill does is requires that a county auditor or a comparable county office report on the disbursement and compliance of grants under this program. And additionally, it adds our dispatchers to the list of sheriff's office employees eligible to participate. There's no fiscal note. I move passage.
Members, a question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2115. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes, 17 nays, HB 2115 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Wu came up here and made some statements. I want to see if you can set the record straight. Are you aware that the Senate has passed 725 bills and the House has passed 361 bills?
The chair is not advised. Mr. Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2542. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2542 by Kitzman relating to the establishment of a work group to study and make recommendations on certain services needed by individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2542 establishes a work group to study and make recommendations on specialized services for people with IDD that will address behavioral health challenges. This bill is a step forward to protecting and supporting those individuals and families with IDD. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kitzman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment just streamlines the participants in the work group and fixes a typo.
Mr. Kitzman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 2542. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting no. Have all voted. Being 108 ayes, 32 nays, HB 2542 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2768. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2768 by Capriglione relating to the development of a state information technology apprenticeship credential offered by public junior colleges or public technical institutes to address shortages in the state information resource workforce.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2768 establishes a state information technology apprenticeship credential offered by public junior colleges or public technical institutes to address shortages in our state information resources workforce. I move adoption.
Question occurs in the passage to engrossment of HB 2768. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted. Being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2768 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3349. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3349 by Tepper relating to the Events Trust Fund and to abolish the Pan American Games Trust Fund, Olympic Games Trust Fund, and Motorsports Racing Trust Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3349 amends procedures related to the administration of the Events Trust Fund and makes the ETF more accessible to smaller communities. The bill increases state funding for events held in less populous local governments, compresses the timeline for funding to be remitted to a local government after an event occurs. Lastly, the bill abolishes unused funds and removes the Olympics as an eligible event, the Pan American Games, and things that it hasn't been used for. We did a little cleaning up while we're in there.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Tepper, who needs access to the Major Events Reimbursement Fund that currently doesn't have access?
Well, the Major Events Fund is reserved for specific events like the Super Bowl, the Final Four of NCAA basketball, and that sort of those sorts of events.
Is your intention with filing this bill to give any specific organization access to Texas taxpayer dollars for their events?
None specific, and in this bill, we are not touching the Major Events Reimbursement Fund. We're only accessing the Events Trust Fund.
How does this bill ensure that taxpayer dollars aren't being funneled to organizations that are ideological in nature, such as the NRA?
I think the governor's office and the Bureau of Tourism handles the applications for that, and besides that, I'm not advised.
Are you aware that in 2024, almost $1 million was dedicated through the Event Trust Funds program to the NRA to offset the cost of bringing their convention to Dallas?
I'm not advised, but that sounds great.
Is this bill filed with the intention of supporting House Bill 2385 by Representative Guillen?
I'm not familiar with House Bill 2385.
House Bill 2385, in conjunction with yours, would allow for the NRA to access funds through this event, major events fund. Thank you.
I hope they get to access it. Thank you.
Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Yield for questions.
So,
Yield
so
for
I'd like to
questions.
figure out. So as a person who's competed for the United States in the Pan American Games, you're getting rid of the Pan American Games Trust Fund?
The fund has never been used. If we wanted to bring it back at some point, you think it's important, we can probably bring it back. But we noticed, let me answer your question. We noticed that the Olympics fund and the Pan American Games funds were just never used and never accessed. So we did some cleaning up while we were there.
Because when you bid for a major sporting event, the Olympics, the Pan Am Games, the Super Bowl, whatever, cities have to get together bids. They have to raise money to show that the places that they want to host the events can support it. And I mean, I'm trying to remember where I think I competed at the Pan Am Games in '87 in Indianapolis, if I remember correctly. But I've competed in major events. So if these funds are available, I think it would definitely be an impediment for the cities in Texas that want to compete for these international events to participate, because it does take money.
Again, they can use the Events Trust Fund if it comes to that, but the Major Events Trust Fund, they're listed there. It has never been utilized, and as far as we know, no one has ever applied to use them. We're not, let me be clear, we're not picking on the Pan American Games or the Olympics. We just saw that they were never utilized, never accessed, and so we did some house cleaning and took them out.
If you know, when did this fund begin?
I'm not advised. I do seem to remember it's been over 2 decades ago.
And what events do you consider major?
It's not what I consider representative, but I do remember that there were the Super Bowl, the Final Four, there were several other events in the list.
Because what I can tell you, say for the Pan Am Games, the World University Games, all those things, those are actually precursors to the Olympics. And those are the kind of competitions that athletes participate in to prepare them to compete at the world stage. And so I would really, I mean, I just think that it's a problem if we don't have access to them. But I will also say this: I literally had no knowledge that this fund even existed until you brought it up. And perhaps cities didn't know that it was available for them to try and compete for these world-class, worldwide events.
Representative, that's possible. I think the organization for those games takes several years. So if it does come up again and Texas has an interest, I'd be happy to work with you on bringing that part of the fund back and listing those games as eligible.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 108 ayes and 35 nays. House Bill 3349 passes to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3352. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1366. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1366 by Nichols, relating to the inclusion of information about construction or maintenance work zones in the curriculum of driver education and driving safety courses.
Chair recognizes Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1366 improves driver safety by adding courses about safety in construction and maintenance zones to driver's education. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Moody voting aye. 137 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1366 is passed to third reading. Mr. Kane for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today marks the 7th birthday for Maverick McGregor Kane. And so I just wanted to wish you happy birthday, son. We love you.
Mr. King moves to lay House Bill 3352 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4406. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4406 by Phelan, relating to the reporting of direct campaign expenditures by certain persons in political committees.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, when someone makes a direct expenditure, often called an independent expenditure, to support or benefit a candidate without the candidate's knowledge or consent, the individual or entity must identify the candidate benefiting from the expenditure on their campaign finance report. However, current rules do not require individuals or entities spending money to oppose candidates to clearly identify the opposed candidate when reporting these expenditures. HB 4406 would enhance transparency by clearly showing how much money is being spent both to support and oppose individual candidates, providing voters and candidates a clearer understanding of campaign finance activities.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hopper, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields for questions.
The bill analysis says that you informed the committee that there is a need for increased transparency and accountability in reporting political contributions and expenditures. Is that right? Did you say that?
I don't have the paper in front of you. That sounds correct.
It also says that you informed the committee that enhancing reporting requirements and providing clearer and more comprehensive financial disclosures would ensure that voters and stakeholders can better understand the financial activities behind political campaigns. Do you remember that? Is that true?
That sounds correct. Sure.
Okay. And you believe that transparency in political spending is important to voters?
Yes, sir.
And that transparency in government spending is important to taxpayers?
Sure.
Okay. Is it wrong to cover up true expenditures from voters and taxpayers?
Pardon me, say that again?
Do you think it's wrong to cover up true expenditures from voters and taxpayers?
That does not sound like a worthy cause. No, sir.
Right. Your bill amends Texas Election Code Section 254.031A7 to require reporting of the name of each candidate or office holder for whom a direct campaign expenditure was made to support or oppose, rather than the current requirement to report the name of each candidate or office holder who benefits from a direct campaign expenditure made. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. What is an expenditure to support a candidate that you used in your bill? What would be an example of that?
Well, currently the law is if you're supporting a candidate without their knowledge or consent, so it's an indirect expenditure, then you on your campaign finance report has to show I spent X amount of money supporting Mr. Hopper. The law does not say that if you oppose Mr. Hopper, I spent money opposing him. That is not required on that PAC, we'll call it a PAC, campaign finance report. This bill, as you know, I'm sure you're aware, passed this House almost unanimously last session with one no vote. It overwhelmingly passed the Senate and was vetoed by the governor for unrelated reasons to the bill. But yes, sir, this chamber outside yourself and some others have passed this language before. The Senate's passed it before. Unfortunately, we didn't get it past the governor's desk last time.
Okay, I appreciate that. What is an expenditure to oppose a candidate as used in your bill? What would that look like?
To oppose a candidate?
Yeah, just give me an example. Like, what would if you're opposing a candidate, like what would an expenditure like that?
I think a piece of mail would be considered a normal expenditure when you're opposing a candidate, or a measure. It could be a ballot. It could be something on the constitutional ballot that it doesn't have to be a person or a candidate.
Okay. And you're familiar with direct campaign expenditures?
Sure.
Okay. Currently, if you make a direct campaign expenditure that benefits a candidate, you must report it, right?
To benefit?
Yes.
I'm sure that may be the case, sir. I'm not aware of that particulars of that piece of code. I'm not talking about that right now.
Right. So currently, so if you send a text message, for instance, to benefit a candidate, or mail advertising to benefit a candidate, are you required to report that expenditure?
I'm sorry, say that again. A text message or what?
So if you send like a text message or, mail advertising to benefit a candidate, you're supposed to right now report that.
Well, yes. If you were doing an indirect expenditure, you're supposed to report that, or a direct expenditure. If you're reading that piece of code, I'm not.
Okay. But so with this bill, if you send a text message opposing a candidate, that would be a required expenditure.
I don't know about a text message. I've got a bill in about 10 minutes that will address text messages. That is a different section. That is text messages do not appear in our statutes right now.
Okay.
But hopefully we'll change that in a few minutes.
Text message maybe like an email blast that costs some money. That would be.
I'm not, again, I don't know if email is part of that as well, but I do know mail, radio, TV.
So with this bill, what happens when a representative staffer spends their time defending their boss on social media? How would that be reported?
Sir, I'm not advised that's applicable to this legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Members, let's pass this bill in memory of Glenn Rogers, who was a great member of the Texas House. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Alcott voting no. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? 105 ayes and 35 nays. House Bill 4406 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1593. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1593 by Campos relating to an advisory committee to study suicide prevention and peer support programs in fire departments in this state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, firefighters are some of the hardest working first responders, yet they are 3 times more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty. This bill seeks to study and find out how the legislature can reduce firefighter suicides through an advisory committee. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 1593 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1899. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1899 by Longoria relating to the required age for a public fireworks display permit.
Chair recognizes Mr. Longoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1899 lowers the age for pyrotechnic operators' licenses and public display permits from 21 to 18, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Longoria voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 1899 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3133. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3133 by Bojani relating to the user reports of explicit deep fake material on social media platforms.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3133 addresses the growing concern regarding misuse of deepfake technology. As technology advances, so do the ways it can be misused to harm individuals. One alarming example is the rise of explicit deepfake material, which refers to fake visual content that has been digitally created to make it look like a real person is engaging in sexual activity or exposing intimate body parts, even though that person never actually did those things. It is intentionally misleading and can cause serious harm by falsely portraying someone in a sexual context. Unfortunately, a growing number of people are producing explicit deepfakes to target people on social media platforms. The effects of someone being targeted by such an act could be devastating for them, their families, their careers, and their reputation. The goal of this bill is to ensure social media platforms take timely action when users report explicit deepfake material, offering greater protection for individuals from harmful digital manipulations. Members, this bill passed unanimously are the Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development Committee. And I want to thank my joint authors on this bill, Chairwoman Button, Vice Chair Tellerico, Vice Chair Harris Davila, and Representative Fairley for their input and hard work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Mr. Bojani voting aye. Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 3133 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4432. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2077. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2077 by Zaffarini relating to the Board of Directors of the Texas Mutual Insurance Company.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is intended to help Texas Mutual Insurance find qualified individuals for their board. The restrictions currently in law were reasonable when they were set, but the list of disqualified people has grown to cover a broad array of business interests, making it unreasonably difficult to find qualified board members. SB 2077 would expand the pool of qualified individuals who are eligible to serve on Texas Mutual's board of directors. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 2077 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dean moves to lay House Bill 4432 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4960. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4960 by Phelan relating to political advertising distributed or broadcast as part of mass text message campaign and civil penalties for required disclosures on certain political advertising.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 4960 under Rule 8, Section 1 and Rule 8, Section 3 and Article 3, Section 35 of the Texas Constitution.
Bring your point of order down. The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, members. Appreciate your patience there. You're probably looking at your phones right now and wondering who is sending out these text messages. And this was just great timing on my behalf. I had nothing to do with those text messages hitting your phones today and yesterday and probably all week. But these anonymous text messages are a new frontier in politics and in campaigns. And HB 4960 addresses that today by expanding the definition of political advertising by amending Section 451001 of the Election Code to include communications distributed as a mass text message campaign. And so I do have an amendment to address the penalties, and I'd like to offer that amendment right now, please.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Phelan.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment brings the fine from $10,000 back to $4,000, which is the current law, for any violations of this Chapter 251. So if you don't put a disclaimer on mail or TV or your radio, it's currently $4,000 per instance. Now this would be $4,000 as well. It also treats each violation of this act as an individual instance instead of each individual text message being a violation. And I move adoption.
Speaker Phelan sends up an amendment. Second to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Speaker Phelan on the bill.
Mr.
Suspend your hold for what purpose?
I raise a point of order for further consideration for this bill according to Rule 4, Section 32C.
Bring your point of order down. The point of order has been withdrawn. Speaker Phelan to close on his bill. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yes, Speaker. Question for the author.
Does the gentleman yield for questions at this time?
I yield for questions.
The
Thank you.
gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Speaker Phelan. Okay. I understand we're making this a better bill and we've got a lot of people's concerns resolved. I'm trying to understand, though, if we got these text messages, and my constituents got them last night, these just very big, dirty, lying text messages about us, how would we then hold these people accountable under this bill?
Well, if this bill were to pass and be signed by the governor, you would be required to put a disclaimer on there. And of course, as you know, we can find out through that disclaimer who filed the paperwork, who the treasurer is, where they formulated. And of course, if they're in the state of Texas, it's much easier to go after them. If they're outside the state of Texas, of course, that's a different story.
Okay. So if they don't have a disclaimer on it, are you aware of a mechanism of finding out who actually was behind
Yes,
it?
depends how motivated you are. I've been able, in the past, been able to find who has sent a text message. There are forensic ways in which to do so. There may be an opportunity through law enforcement to find who crafted this text, who sent this text. Of course, you can go through the cell phone providers and find out who is breaking state law by not providing a disclosure. I saw your Facebook post last night. Someone sent it to me about the anonymous text hitting your district. They're pretty ugly, pretty nasty text messages. Everyone's talking about it here on the House floor. I think it's going to get much worse before it ever gets better.
Yes, sir.
And so this
All right.
bill would
Great.
address that. Yes, sir.
Now, I realize this may not make our constituents as happy as we'd like because they would love us to just stop it.
Correct.
And we're going to keep stopping it. I expect this is a step in the right direction. Is that the goal?
It is a step in the right direction, and I will just remind anyone listening back home, if they tell you to opt out, do not opt out because they know it's a live person in a real phone, and they will text you more and more and more. So unfortunately, I would just ignore the text message.
I hope what you just said is run on the news tonight because I just learned something from you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Move passage. Nope.
Question
Yes, sir.
occurs on passage to engrossment.
Will the gentleman yield for
He's moved
a couple of
passage.
questions?
He has moved passage.
I will take questions from my good friend, Mr. Money.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
My fellow seller of land to China.
There you go. I had some significant concerns with this bill and intended to ask you a lot of questions about those. I was heading back here to the mic, and your amendment fixed them all.
Thank
and
you.
I want to say thank you for that, and
Sure.
I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs to passage to engrossment on House Bill 4960. Record vote's been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? (132 ayes and 11 nays). House Bill 4960 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3214. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3214 by Richardson relating to eligibility for a master plumber's license.
Chair recognizes Ms. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Woo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, bam. That's why I have this. Okay. Members, we are facing a plumbing crisis. Billions of gallons of water are lost each year through aging, leaking pipes, and we simply don't have enough licensed plumbers to keep up. This shortage will only get worse as more plumbers retire and too few young people enter the field. Right now, it takes a long time to be a master plumber. I could put it on there, yes. Right now, it takes 8 years to be a master plumber. Okay, there's nobody back there. Okay, so this will change the exam time to 6 years, and I move passage. Yeah. How's that?
Video for what purpose?
What? Oh.
I just trying to stop her from moving passage.
Oh,
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does gentlelady yield for questions?
I will.
She yields for questions.
questions only.
Questions. No, I got it. And I see that you brought a prop here to the
I did.
floor.
Yes, sir.
Is that new or is that used?
This is a brand new plunger that my husband decorated for
Okay,
me.
great. And so plungers help us unclog, if something's clogged up, right? You got to
This is
help
a plumber's
unclog the
helper.
drains.
Yes, this is a plumber's helper.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So I got to tell you, I'm impressed because there's a lot of people that come here saying they're going to drain the swamp, but it looks like you actually came with a tool to do that.
I
So
came prepared for that. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Appreciate
That's
you.
what I'm here to do.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Does gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, the
She yields for
gentlelady-
questions.
Well, you know a lot about plumbing?
I do, yes.
Okay. Who are the two most famous plumbers in the world?
Yeah, Mario and Luigi.
Mario and Luigi. Good
Yes.
job. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good luck in the passage of your bill.
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
The gentlelady yield for a question.
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes, sir, I do.
She yields for questions.
What kind of contractor are you, Miss Representative?
A plumbing contractor.
And I've got one question. Does your flush beat my full house?
Don't allow props.
Oh, Charlie.
Ask him why he needs it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Representative, does your flush beat my full house?
Any day.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to the legislature.
Thank you, Keith. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 3214 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3915. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1967. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1967 by Huffman relating to the projects eligible for financial assistance from the Flood Infrastructure Fund.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is about flood infrastructure in the Rio Grande Valley. I do have an amendment.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's just a clarifying amendment that places this under an assistance of flood and grant funds for flood infrastructure, and I move adoption.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Martinez.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 9 nays. Senate Bill 1967 is passed to third reading. Mr. Martinez moves to lay House Bill 3915 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3508. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1151. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1151 by Blanco relating to an insurer's responsibility to review and audit a third-party administrator.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1151 modernizes outdated insurance regulations by removing the requirement that audits for third-party administrators be conducted in person. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 143 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1151 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wharton moves to lay House Bill 3508 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2145. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2145 by Bojani relating to the installation of electric vehicle charging stations at certain state-owned parking lots and garages.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2145 takes a practical step towards meeting the evolving transportation needs of our state. This bill ensures that future state-owned parking lots and garages are equipped with charging stations to accommodate the growing number of electric vehicles used by state employees, but without placing unnecessary burdens on taxpayers or private property owners. Members, there is a concern that this bill conflicts with the oil and gas industry, but I wouldn't do that as I own gas stations myself. This bill doesn't mandate who drives what. It simply is about adding amenities for people who use our state buildings. And this is very similar to how we have a gift shop or the cafeteria in this building. It is a service for a fee, which passes the cost down to those who choose to use that service. Since electric vehicles charge gradually while parked, unlike gas vehicles that refuel quickly at gas stations, it makes sense to consider charges where vehicles already sit for hours, like parking lots. Chairman Capriglione will be offering an amendment to make it absolutely clear that this is not a mandate. Agencies are not required to install EV chargers, only to consider them when designing new lots. Members, this amendment was proposed to me by TCC, Texas Conservative Coalition, and if this amendment passes, they have agreed to change their recommendation from opposed to neutral. I sincerely appreciate Representative Noble and TCC staff member Russell Withers for his help with resolving concerns, and Chairman Capriglione for carrying the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
This is a good one. For what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I yield for
Gentleman
questions.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. We spoke earlier, and I really appreciate your bill. I, over the course of my time in the Texas House, have felt like we ought to have charging stations even here on the Capitol grounds. I myself have been driving an electric vehicle since 2019, but because I live in Austin, I have the ease of charging at home when I come here. But for anyone who's coming to visit the Capitol from Dallas, Houston, et cetera, they may not have that luxury, and it sure would be nice to have charging stations here on the Capitol grounds. Does your bill address that?
It does not address that, but I'll answer your question by saying that when I got elected in my first session in 2022 and I came to the Capitol and we were picking, my staff helped me pick which parking location I would park at. I asked my staff which parking location has a charging facility because I used to drive an electric car, and they said none. I was like, wow, let's change that by filing a bill. So I filed a bill last session to add electric vehicle charging station at the Capitol. It didn't move. Maybe I was a Democrat or maybe I was a freshman. But it's really important that we have facilities like that. I've seen a lot of Teslas actually in the parking garages. And Tesla is a great company in our state and it produces so many jobs. So I feel like we should be able to do that. But maybe later. Maybe you can file another bill later on.
Well, again, I think more and more people, ourselves, our staff, visitors, are driving electric vehicles. So I appreciate your bill, and perhaps I will one day file a bill to have electric charging stations here on the Capitol grounds. Thank you,
Yes.
Representative.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair guys, Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment ensures that we aren't forcing state agencies to install these chargers. Agency knows their needs best, and so this amendment gives them flexibility, but not necessarily a top-down requirement.
Mr. Speaker,
What purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do, yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Capriglione, before your amendment, the bill had said that the commission shall ensure that every garage instructed by the state includes a sufficient number of charging stations. With your amendment, would we switch from that mandatory language to language that would allow the state agency to consider placing EV charging stations on their garages?
That is right. We're going from a shall to a may. Now, that being said, I think the idea makes a lot of sense, right? That while we're in the process of planning and putting in new construction, we put things in place so that it'll be cheaper in the long run than not. But you're absolutely right in terms of what it does.
Well, thank you. And I know that TCC changed their recommendation to neutral on that as a result of it. So we're talking about giving them the option to do it and giving Texans the option, but not a mandate.
That's right.
Appreciate your amendment.
That's right. That's exactly what it does. And again, what this is doing is not only aligning with what TCC had said, but also, again, to make sure that we have proper planning when we design these facilities and these garages. It's acceptable to the author as well.
You've got to say move adoption.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. It's accepted by the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Isaac.
Chair guys Ms. Isaac to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just simply requires that the Commission consider the additional weight and wear and tear of the electrical vehicles. I move passage.
Ms. Isaac sends up an amendment. It's accepted by the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Chair has Mr. Bojani to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my joint authors, Chairman Capriglione, Chairman Hunter, Chairman Anchia, and Representative Linda Garcia. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting aye. Mr. Bojani voting aye. Mr. Moody voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 85 ayes, 58 nays. House Bill 2145 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 1201 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1201 by manual relating to a pilot program to provide Medicaid coverage for doula services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm laying out HB 1201, which is a cost-saving bill that seeks to help expecting mothers by providing access to doula services through a pilot program with the goal of improving birth outcomes, lowering health care costs, and strengthening family support during pregnancy and postpartum. Last session, we made progress by allowing doulas to be reimbursed for case management services. With this bill, doulas can be reimbursed for the complete scope of their work from pregnancy throughout the postpartum support, and there is a slight technical amendment that needs to be added to the bill. There's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. I see no amendment.
Amendment by manual.
Chair has Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
This amendment is just a slight technical change and just leaves it to disparities. I move passage.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Manuel will close on his bill. Ms. Hull, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Manuel, have you seen the studies showing that doulas improve birth outcomes?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that with doulas and with the studies that they show that they lower the cost of births due to lower C-section rates and shorter or no NICU stays?
Absolutely, and it helps save these mothers and their children's lives because pregnancy, I think people forget, especially for women, it's still one of the most dangerous things that a woman will do in her entire life is just becoming pregnant and to give birth.
So would you agree that having doulas involved in births will lead to healthier moms and babies and less cost to the state?
Absolutely, and the studies have shown that, and we have seen that a lot of women have asked for that because it has been life-saving.
Thank you. You have a great bill.
Thank you so much for your help. I move, is there anyone else? Okay. I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye, Ms. Simmons voting aye, Mr. Manuel voting aye, Mr. Moody voting aye.
Did we adopt that amendment?
Have all members voted?
Did we adopt that amendment?
Have all members voted? 99 ayes and 42 nays. House Bill 1201 is passed to engrossment. Is Mr. Leach on the floor of the House?
got you, Jeff. Don't worry about it.
Chair lays out House Bill 5061 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5061 by Leach, relating to prohibiting certain activities by contractors and vendors of state agencies, providing administrative penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a few weeks ago, you'll remember that our newly created DOGE committee, chaired by Chairman Capriglione, held a hearing in which they uncovered a state contractor that was, among other things, performing surveillance and hiring third-party investigators to follow elected officials, including some of our colleagues in this building and their families. If you didn't read the news stories or talk to some of the members on the DOGE committee about what was uncovered during that hearing, I encourage you to do so. It was incredibly troubling and, frankly, shocking. This bill is meant to address that, to crack down on that from happening now or in the future. I want to thank sincerely Chairman Capriglione for his work leading the DOGE committee. I've frankly never seen him happier than he is this session. This is what he's doing a great job, and this bill is a true product that has come out of that committee. I move passage, Chairman Hunter. Thank you.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
This is a GO. Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Mr. Curry voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 5061 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, up in the gallery, in the north end of the gallery today, we've got a distinguished constituent of mine from the city of Poth in Wilson County, Aiden Reed. The son of my good friend Ben Reed competed in Austin today in the 3A shot put state championship competition, and he won. Members, please help me congratulate Aiden Reed on winning the 3A shot put championship today with a big round of applause.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Thank you, members. Sitting to Aiden's left is my legislative aide, his brother Ben Reed Jr., who until today was the most accomplished son in the family. Congratulations, Aiden.
Ms. Schaffner for recognition.
And thank you, Aiden, because you are going where? Stephen F. Austin University, Axum.
Okay. Members, the resolution on today's calendars were transferred from local and consent calendars. It is the intent of the chair to move through these quickly.
Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 6. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 6 by Leo Wilson, designating Galveston as the official Juneteenth capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the resolution.
Members, on June 19, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston and issued General Order No. 3. It freed the enslaved people. It was 2.5 years. Okay. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 6. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes, 5 nays, HCR 6 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report on HCR 12. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 12 by Leo Wilson, designating September as Deaf Awareness Month for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the resolution.
This is Deaf Awareness Month. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 12. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 138 ayes, 2 nays, HCR 12 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 34. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 34 by Cole, designating Pflugerville as the official trail capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone HCR 34 to next Thursday, May 8th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any...
10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 50. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 50 by Leo Wilson, designating Galveston as the official Mardi Gras capital of Texas for the 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the resolution.
Mardi Gras. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 50. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes, 2 nays, HCR 50 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 55. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 55 by McLaughlin, designating Poteet as the official strawberry capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain the resolution.
Poteet, strawberry capital of Texas.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 55. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 55 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 58. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 58 by Isaac, redesignating Dripping Springs as the official wedding capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the resolution.
Dripping Springs, wedding capital, move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 58. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 137 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 58 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 70. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 70 began redesignating Jim Hogg County as the official vaquero capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Jim Hogg County, Vaquero capital of Texas.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 70. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all voted? Being 137 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 70 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 71. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 71 began designating LaSalle County as the official wild hog capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. LaSalle County, Wild Hog capital of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 71. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 71 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 72. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 72 by Schaffner, designating Newton County as the first official forest capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the resolution.
Newton County, forest capital of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 72. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 139 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 72 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 74. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 74 by Schaffner, designating Carthage as the official country music capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the resolution.
Carthage, country music capital of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 74. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 126 ayes, 16 nays, HCR 74 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 75. Clerk will read the resolution.
HGR 75 by Schaffner designating Hemp Hill as the official bass fishing capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the resolution.
Hemp Hill, Texas, bass fishing capital of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of HCR 75. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 119 ayes, 22 nays, HCR 75 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 78. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 78 by Lujan designating September 16th the Lone Star Santa's Charity Day at a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the resolution.
Ho, 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 Lone Star Santa Charities Day.
Question occurs in the adoption of HCR 78. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? Being 138 ayes, 1 nay, HCR 78 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 80. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 80 by Wharton designating Brenham as the official ice cream capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton to explain the resolution.
Brenham Ice Cream Capital of Texas. There's Bluebell in the members' lounge. I move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of HCR 80. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wharton voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 80 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 93. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 93 by Schaffner designating Nacogdoches as the official garden capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the resolution.
Nacogdoches, garden capital of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs in the adoption of HCR 93. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? Being 138 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 93 is adopted. Members, the next resolution on the calendar is HCR 100. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out committee report for SCR 27. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 27 by Eckhart authorizing the burial of Guy Herman in the state cemetery.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a question?
Let me recognize her first. The chair recognizes Representative Flores to explain the resolution. Mr. Tinderholt.
This is a resolution authorizing or recommending the burial of probate judge Guy Herman, in the state cemetery.
Will the representative yield for a question?
The lady yield for questions.
Yes, I'll yield for
Lady
questions.
yields for questions.
Are you aware that this is the judge that have filed a complaint to the the State Commission on Judicial Conduct in 2015 for doing an illegal marriage that was, at the time, gay marriage was illegal, and he still did it. And so I'm going to be voting no. I just didn't know if you were aware of that.
I'm not aware. I've known Judge Herman for 30 years, and he's an excellent probate judge and has been a resource to this House and to this body, this Capitol for many years. And so thank you for bringing that to my attention, but no, I was not aware.
The problem is he's a judge that broke the law in 2015. So I just wanted folks to know that I'm planning on voting no, and I'm planning on coming up here to speak against it. Hey, since my peers seem to have so many problems with
Mr.
it,
Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I would like to continue questioning the author of this bill.
Does the general lady yield for questions?
I was just going to vote no.
Is Mr. Tinderholt on the floor of the House? Chair recognizes Ms. Flores to close on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just say Judge Herman is an outstanding, he's been a resource to the House and the Senate for over 40 years. This resolution passed unanimously by the Senate.
Okay,
move passage.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of SCR 27. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting no. Being 77 ayes and 57 nays, SCR 27 is adopted. Ms. Flores moves to lay HCR 100 on the table subject to the call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 107. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 107 by Metcalf, designating Texas Almanac as the official state book of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, designate Texas Almanac, official book text, move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 107. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Being 123 ayes, 16 nays, HCR 107 is adopted. Chair lays out committee report for HCR 116. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 116 by Gomez, designating Brownsville as the official bike lane capital of Rio Grande Valley for the 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Brownsville, Texas as a bicycle capital of the RGV. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution HCR 116. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 116 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 117. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 117 by Hunter, designating Port Aransas as the official fishing capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
Port Aransas, fishing capital, everybody.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 117. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye enthusiastically. Have all voted. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Being 136 ayes, 1 nay, HCR 117 is adopted. Chair lays out the committee report for HCR 90. Clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 90 by Capriglione, expressing support for strengthening the partnership with Israel and the creation for Texas Trade and Investment Office in Israel.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HCR 90 proposes the establishment of a Texas Trade Office in Israel. I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 90. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted. Being 133 ayes, 1 nay, HCR 90 is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 457, Kolkhorst, relating to the regulation of certain nursing facilities.
Following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5695 by Curtis relating to the creation of the Surrey Ranch Municipal District, granting power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose taxes, fees, and taxes for the Committee of Land Resource Management. HB 5696 by Cook relating to the creation of the Reserve Municipal Management District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5697 by Darby relating to jurisdiction of the county courts at law, Tom Green County, for the Committee of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. HCR 141 by Paul urging Congress to move NASA's headquarters to Houston, for the Committee of Delivery, Government Efficiency. HCR 142 by Garrett designating Fort Worth as the official aviation and defense capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. HB 31 by Hughes relating to the exceptions to otherwise prohibited abortions based on a physician's reasonable medical judgment, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 506 by Betancourt relating to the requirements of the certain petitions requested against an election, ballot positions, and to related procedures and provisions, or for the Committee on Elections. SB 647 by West relating to the filing and recording of documents and instruments conveying the purporting of conveying an interest in real or personal property, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 771 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to credit or refund of diesel fuel taxes paid on diesel fuel used in the state by auxiliary power units or the power off equipment, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1531 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the electronic payment of ad valorem taxes, or for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1568 by Zaffarini relating to the issuance of animal-friendly specialty license plates, or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2041 by Hancock relating to the fact that the Department of Family and Protective Services must consider when selecting a foster care placement for a child, or for the Committee on Human Services. SB 2080 by Alvarado relating to the various matters pertaining to certain government entities that operate port facilities, or for the Committee on Transportation. SB 2268 by Shortner relating to the loans and grants under the Texas Energy Fund, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2662 by Perry relating the enforcement of the drought contingency plans of water and sewer and utility of the Public Utility Commission in Texas, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2722 by Betancourt relating to the use of certain tolls and charges imposed by certain counties, authorizing administrative penalty, for the Committee of Transportation Funding. SB 2843 by Perry relating to the study of the effectiveness of rules and policies implemented by the Parks and Wildlife Department and manage and contain chronic waste and resistance to chronic wasting disease, or for the Committee of Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 959 by Lambert. The following resolutions by Wu are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 960, H.R. 964, and H.R. 1029. H.R. 961 by Lauterbach. H.R. 962 by Garcia Hernandez. The following resolutions are by Leo Wilson are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 965, H.R. 968, H.R. 969, 989 through H.R. 1001, H.R. 1024, and H.R. 1027, H.R. 966 by Martinez Fisher, H.R. 967 by Howard. The following resolutions by Bernal are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 968 through H.R. 970, H.R. 973 through 984, H.R. 972 by Lauterbach, H.R. 985 by Martinez, H.R. 987 by Y. Davis of Dallas, H.R. 988 by Schaffner. The following resolutions by Lujan are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 1002, H.R. 1025, H.R. 1026. The following resolutions by Noble are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. H.R. 1003 through 1015, H.R. 1016 by Meyer, H.R. 1017 by Patterson, H.R. 1018 by Harris Davila, H.R. 1019 by Vastu, H.R. 1020 by Flores, H.R. 1021 by Paul, H.R. 1022 by Garcia Hernandez, H.R. 1023 by Jones of Dallas, and H.R. 1028 by Bojani.
Mr. Capriglione moves that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. Friday tomorrow morning. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. House stands adjourned.